Audio test. This is only a test. Checking audio test. Checking audio to the live feed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good evening and welcome to the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. Today is January 13th. This is a special remote meeting of the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. Our trustees and staffs are practicing social distancing in response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. We're using a video conference technology to host tonight's meeting. Governor Gavin Newsom issued an executive order that declared a state of emergency back in March 2020. The executive order also updated the Brown Act regarding public meetings in response to this health crisis and we're currently facing. Today's remote meeting will meet the Brown Act standards and requirements. So I'd like to call this meeting to order, agenda item 1.1, and move into agenda item 1.2, the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd like to ask Dr. Bernie Luskin to lead us tonight in the opening Pledge of Allegiance. And you're on mute, Bernie.
My pleasure. For those of you who feel comfortable, put your hands over your heart or stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
of the United
and
States
to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible,
for
with liberty and justice for all. Someday.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item 1.3, ask everybody to turn on their cameras and mute their microphones. If we can do our roll call, Board Secretary Hahn.
Sure. Virginia Baxter. Oh, they're on mute. Take it off mute for roll call.
I just want to announce I tried to do that and it didn't work. Me. But anyway, here.
Okay, thank you. Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Entuck.
Present.
And Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. Everyone accounted for. Going to item 1.4, public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening?
No, not this evening.
Great.
No comments.
We're going to move into our special meeting is going to cover three main items tonight. We're going to go over in the superintendent president search firms and select a firm. We're going to have a presentation from Bradford and Dunleavy on student housing feasibility study. We're getting an update from them. And then we're going to have the first of two parts of a board retreat, which will be led by Dr. Bernie Luskin. So we'll move into our first agenda item 1.5. The board of trustees had directed staff to enter into a contract to select a search firm to lead the superintendent president search. After a request of qualifications was released last November on the 13th, the 5 firms have responded and all met the minimum qualifications. Based on a qualitative review of the proposals, descriptions and expertise and details of proposals of the interim superintendent president search, determined top 2 firms are PPL and ACCT. All 5 of the search firm proposals or responses are on the board agenda tonight and available for the public review. But we're going to have presentations from the top 2 firms. Afterwards, the trustees will have a discussion and select one of the firms. I'm going to ask my fellow trustees to hold their questions until after each firm's had its chance to give its presentation. And then we'll go to the next firm they'll present and we can ask their questions and then we'll go into a discussion period. So I have 2. Are we going in alphabetical or did we flip a coin? Who's going first?
ACCT.
All right. ACCT, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you and good evening. We certainly appreciate this opportunity. I am Julie Golder. I'm the Vice President of Search Services for ACCT. I have been working exclusively on CEO searches for community and technical colleges throughout the country for 15 years. We provide comprehensive support to approximately 35 to 45 institutions across the country every year. We have extensive experience in California and nationally, and I am going to ask my 2 colleagues joining this evening, Debbie DeThomas and Jose Leyba, to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Debbie D. Thomas, and I I retired as a CEO from the California Community Colleges, spent my career at 2 districts, the Riverside Community College District, and retired from Barstow Community College District, and happy to be here tonight. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for the invitation to present. My name is Jose Leyva. I retired from the Maricopa Community College District in Phoenix, Arizona. However, I've done a number of interns, including an interim at LA CCD. So very pleased to be here with you tonight. Thank you.
The selection of your search firm is going to be a critical decision. It's a pivotal point in the history of the college, and it is also an incredibly competitive market out in California. The number of transitions taking place right now is astronomical. It's larger than any of us had anticipated. So being very strategic throughout the entire search in terms of timing, in terms of marketing, in terms of positioning yourself in every possible way to recruit the best pool of candidates is going to be very important. We take a team approach. Debbie has an outstanding network, so does Jose, as do I. We work in concert, we stay in close contact, and we work for you. We follow your lead, we provide recommendations, and we want to help you set the stage for success. If you could forward a couple of slides, we have some points that I wanted to make in terms of our understanding and experience throughout California. If you could advance to the next slide, we wanted to share with you that we have a deep and broad understanding of community and technical colleges throughout the state. But we aren't just a California search firm. Our presence is nationwide. We are a nonprofit. We are a membership organization. We are your membership organization. We want you to be successful long-term because your membership to ACCT long-term is important to us, and we will do everything possible to ensure a good process that is transparent, that is participatory, that is inclusive, that has a diverse candidate pool. All of these pieces put together, along with Debbie and Jose's expertise, will help you create a successful search. In terms of recruitment, I know one of the points that you asked us to emphasize is how do we recruit? It's a multifaceted process. We actively engage. Your best candidates are not going to be responding to an ad. And our network of individuals that we know who are looking, who might be a really good fit for Long Beach City College is deep. Again, that active recruitment is critical. Debbie and Jose, what else would you like to add on about recruitment?
Well,
Okay.
go ahead, Debbie.
I was just going to add that we do a lot of personal contact. We seek out applications and applicants. Don't just sit and wait for the applications to come in. We make the phone calls and reach out to all of the parties that we think would be interested in the opportunity. So it is an active search recruitment.
One of the other things we do is in terms of diversity, I've been very blessed and honored to serve as a distinguished faculty member for 2 programs from the American Association of Community College Trustees that are designed to prepare the next generation of Latinx and African American community college presidents. And through those programs, I've mentored up and coming presidents. So I stay in touch with many of those individuals, and thus we, again, keep that personal touch. The other issue is we try to align who we're looking for to your strategic plan, your goals, the culture of the college. I did participate in your last search. I did one of the training sessions for your search committee, so I'm very familiar with Long Beach. And my sister lives in Bixby Hills. But I was going through your board goals, and 2 things that struck me as really important that we need a person that can help you achieve these is innovate to achieve equitable success and invest in people and support structures. I think those are 2 really critical points that will only add and enhance our recruitment efforts. Thank you.
And if we could advance 2 more slides, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Creating a communication strategy that informs the entire college is part of what we do. We provide draft communications to help the board send the right message. So we provide all communications. We create a process that is participatory. And even in this time of COVID, having a virtual search has worked. We have done some searches that are 100% virtual. We still have some boards in the country that are really timing this until they can meet in person. And the majority have been hybrids, but whatever the board wants in terms of technology, what's going to fit the culture, we have made it work. So forums to collect feedback, to hear what the college is looking for in the next leader. Those have taken place through Zoom. We have successfully navigated that, and creating that profile that expresses the voice of the college, that is edited heavily by the search committee and is approved by the board, is critical. Sending out the right document to attract the right candidates that will meet your needs, will be able to move the institution forward, is a point of pride for ACCT. And if we can go to the next slide. We talk about the steps in the search process. Again, providing a process that is equitable, fair, transparent is part of what we do. It is the fabric of what we do. Jose, can you share your thoughts about the initial steps of the search process? And you're muted.
Thank you, Julie. As you all know, the key to the search committee and search consultants is working closely with you as trustees, and then also with your search committee. I think we specialize in developing a collaborative relationship with your search committee and ensuring that we are helping them prepare for a very important step. As you all know, you have one employee, and that one employee is your president. And so consequently, your selection will not only impact the next 3 years, the next 5 years, but it could also impact the next 50. So we understand the magnitude and the importance of helping the search committee follow the process, stick to the process, and also supporting you as a board of trustees as you make that very important decision.
Debbie, is there anything else that you wanted to share at this point?
I would just add that I think participatory governance plays a role in the process, and that is we hear the voices of everyone as we develop the profile and ensure that the committee feels like they have a voice. And when we work with the committee, we do professional development. We use the district's professional development and offer our own if the district needs some additional help, like with unintentional bias or any training that is needed to ensure that the search committee is ready to do the job that the district needs them to do. Thank you.
Next slide, please. In the search process and by statute, a representative search committee will do the heavy lifting on behalf of the board. So in other words, the search committee is tasked with reviewing the confidential applications. They would come to ACCT. It helps maintain a level of confidentiality. We have a team. We have an incredible full-time staff here to help with that administrative piece. So we would be accepting applications. We communicate with the search committee. We provide a secure portal. The ratings come back to us. We put everything into an Excel spreadsheet to help the committee in their decision to determine the first round confidential semifinalists. Then we work to get the semifinalists scheduled for first round confidential interviews, whether it needs to be by video or in person. We test with every candidate on their equipment that they will be using for their interview to make sure it's working. then have the days of the confidential interviews, typically 2 full days. The committee then deliberates, determines the finalists to forward to the board. At that point, the committee's work is done and the full board takes ownership. We work to get the finalists scheduled, to create, again, forums, whether they are virtual or in person, where the entire college community has an opportunity to participate. We also have created an online survey instrument so that if forums aren't in person, that the feedback for the forums goes to ACCT. That gets to the board as part of their review for the deliberation process. Point of pride for ACCT is our reference work. We have a team of over half a dozen reference consultants who do a lot of deep digging. Many of them have been with us for over 20 years and understand the nuances of referencing. They understand what's being said. They understand what isn't being expressed in a conversation. The majority of calls are to finalists not listed by the candidates, to references not listed by the candidates, to get the most comprehensive portrait possible, so that the board has all the information that's needed to make this critical decision. Debbie, additional comments?
You know, I don't think Julie sings the praises of ACCT enough. I have been working with ACCT since I retired in 2017, and I'm still amazed at the work that they do behind the scenes to make sure that the search process goes smoothly. I've never had anybody tell me that they couldn't do something that we needed or that the college needed. So I think they're phenomenal, and they do a great job of a transparent, equitable, fair process that results in great candidates coming forward to the board for consideration.
The other part of that is again, I'm going to go back to the facilitating the search committee's work. Is we work together with the search committee, and I'd like to at least have a little bit of fun. I mean, we want to make it enjoyable. It's an arduous process. They're giving up their time, and so we want to make them feel comfortable and feel like we are there to serve you. Much as what I tout ACCT is, we really do work for the trustees, the Association of Community College Trustees, and I think that really distinguishes us. The work that we do from the other search firms that are fine, you know, they're very good, fine search firms, but that does separate us. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Again, I will not spend much time on this, but as we mentioned, that understanding of where you are, where you want to go, the qualities, characteristics, skill sets, and experiences that are going to be needed in your next leader to get you there is a critical part of the search process. That profile, even though 80% of one profile might be the same as another, that 20% that distinguishes you makes all of the difference in terms of your candidate pool. Next slide, please. And if you could advance once more. This articulates some of our strategies in terms of recruitment. Of course, ads are placed in the Chronicle and all of the key places, but what makes the difference is our one-on-one efforts. Some candidates need multiple calls before they will submit, and we will do what it takes to recruit a competitive, diverse, and highly tailored candidate pool. Debbie, what other thoughts would you like to share about our recruitment work?
I would actually like to step back to the last slide. We don't have to go back to it, but just to say that having us as the consultants be able to answer any of the questions that the candidates have is critical to us and critical to you getting the best candidate for the role that you want them to play. So the work up front of giving us all the information we need, getting everything into the profile, helps us to get the person that you need. As Julie said, it's a competitive world out there for CEOs, and Long Beach needs the best leader for Long Beach. And the way that we can get that for Long Beach is to have the information that we need to respond to the candidates when they ask us questions.
Also, one of the previous slides had a quote there, different leaders for different times. Certainly the pandemic and what the future holds for online learning, hybrid learning, and in-person learning is going to require a different type of leader, one that's really grounded in student success, one that understands trends, looks at the science, and can collaboratively work within the participatory governance structure to carry that out. And so that's where the one-on-one contact is going to be, I think, to me, the key in finding you that right leader that you're looking for.
Next slide, please. Again, communication's probably one of the hallmarks of a good search, starting out on the right note and keeping the college and community informed. So we work with the search liaison, the webmaster, key staff to make sure that the message is being communicated, that all of the information about the search is on a central place. We also provide all of the content in terms of the web page. We provide all of the pieces to have a successful and smart website. Jose and Debbie, did you have other thoughts about our communication strategy?
Jose, go ahead first.
Well, I mean, let's face it, right now, given the retirements that we're facing in community college leaders, the pandemic, the budget, the enrollment crises, it's really going to be incumbent upon us to keep the communication open with the stakeholders, both the internal, the external, and the board. And so that's going to be really critical. I'll take one quick moment here to shout out to Dr. Luskin. I ran into him when he was the chancellor, interim chancellor at Ventura Community College. And we have a couple of common colleagues that we've known. And so I think having his presence has really helped, will really help this whole process. So communication, communication, communication. I just can't overemphasize that.
And I would just add that this is what ACCT does, and the support that they provide to ensure that communication is phenomenal. The drafts that they provide to the board, so that they just do so much of the work. It makes it look really easy. So it is what they do.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And I want to encourage everyone to take a peek at our website, acctsearches.org. You could see all of our current searches. You can review what some of the profiles look like that are out there. You can review some of the profiles of some of your competition to see how they are marketing themselves in their profile. And I know we want to devote as much time as possible to questions, so I'm going to let Debbie, then Jose, make some final comments, and then we'll open up for Q&A.
Jose?
Oh, okay. Once again, thank you. I wish we had an opportunity to meet face to face, but please trust that we are here to serve you, to serve your constituents, and to ensure that the communication flows smoothly, that we work within the participatory governance structure to facilitate the work, the very important work of the search committee, and will hopefully put forth 3 to 5 candidates for you to interview that everyone feels are the most qualified candidates and that can do the right thing for Long Beach City College. So thank you very much for your time.
And I was just looking through the email to make sure that we hit everything. And the only thing I would add is that you asked about ensuring that we can meet timelines. And when the board sets a timeline, we work backwards and work with the committee to agree from the very start on dates. And everybody understands that it's critical that they are at every committee meeting, and they clear their calendars, and so do we. So I think we've covered everything else. So I also would just echo Jose and say thank you very much for the opportunity to be here tonight.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the presentation. We really appreciate it. At this point, I'm going to open the floor first to the Board of Trustees. for questions. And I'm again ask folks to click on the reaction button at the bottom of the screen, to raise your hand, and then I'll call on each trustee for their questions. And then after the trustees, if anyone from our constituent groups have a question, happy to entertain. You can also click to raise your hand as well. So let's first go to any trustees. I see Trustee Malauulu is first, both digital and actual hand up. Trustee Malauulu, you want to unmute yourself?
Yes, I just have one very quick question, actually two. First of all, thank you, ACCT. That was a wonderful presentation, very comprehensive. Really appreciate that. Two quick questions. One, is the process different if you have internal versus external applicants? And then the second question is, I'm just curious, have you had any interest from anyone nationwide who has reached out to you, or if you're aware that they have expressed an interest in applying for the job?
Sure. I will address both and then ask Debbie and Jose to add their thoughts. First, because we have worked on some of your neighboring institutions, we have contacted hundreds of people in California and nationally. We assisted Grossmont Cuyamaca. We're hopefully going to be wrapping up San Diego soon. We've worked with the Riverside District. So as we recruit, some people have said, you know what, the timing is not right. Maybe when Long Beach opens up. So yes, we already know of some individuals that will absolutely apply. Debbie and Jose, any additional thoughts there?
The one thing I would say is if there are internal candidates and it's known that it's widely known even beyond Long Beach that there are internal candidates who might be in line for the job. We just need to be able to tell candidates that it's a wide open search and that the board is very committed to hiring the best possible candidate for the position. So that's one thing I would say that is a little different, especially if there's a well-known internal candidate. And the other thing, it's not really different because we emphasize confidentiality to the extreme during the whole process. But with an internal candidate, sometimes there are even more of an emphasis in some ways, depending on what their job is currently in the district. They know people on the committee personally, and maybe even within their job, somebody might report to them. So we really make it clear that as search committee members and anyone who has any access to information about the search, confidentiality is key. And we would have to do that even more with an internal candidate.
Also, I'm leading 2 presidential searches right now. And as I've been calling individuals, a lot of individuals ask, well, what about Long Beach? I said, well, we are responding to the RFP. If we get selected, we'll certainly reach out to you. But I also say, even if we don't get selected, I think this is a really good place where you could potentially be a very competitive candidate. And so we have those discussions frequently. I mean, I have like 5 or 6 calls scheduled on Friday, and I would say that probably 4 of those calls, those individuals would be more appropriately at the 2 other colleges where I'm doing the search. But I think 2 of them would be very excellent candidates for your search. So we're always talking to people and I stay in touch with a lot of individuals that I know and have been contacted by individuals saying, what's happening in Long Beach? And so again, either way, no matter what happens, I think we're all at ACCT committed to helping colleges find the right leader, whether we get selected or not, as your search consultants.
And one final point I wanted to make regarding internal candidates. It is so critical that all candidates are treated equitably, respectfully, and it is a confidential process for candidates and for the committee. And we remind everyone that every step of the way. The only names that will ever go public are the finalists. The committee is committed to keeping every other name confidential in perpetuity. We go over that again and again and again.
Great. Thank you so much. Trustee Malulu, was that your final question? Did you get all your answers?
Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll go to Trustee Baxter next, has her hand up. You want to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you, President Ntuk. My question is, will either of you be the lead person, or will a different person be the lead person, or how does that work? Let me tell you, I was on the last search, as was Trustee Malauulu. So that's why I'm asking that question.
Right, we're recommending a team approach where both Jose and Debbie would be the lead consultants, and I manage all of our searches.
Sure. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
Any other trustees have any questions? I have two questions now, and then we'll see if anyone from our constituent groups. Can you tell us a little bit more detail? How would you include the college stakeholders, our students, and our community in the process?
Of course, I'm going to ask Jose to start.
I think, first of all, being accessible. It's easy to say, oh, my phone and my email are listed on the website. Please go to that. At every opportunity when we're having public forums, when we're doing and taking information from stakeholders, I give them out my number and my phone, and then I know which area codes I'm looking for. So when I see that pop up, I say, oh, got a call here. Let me give you an example. I had a faculty member from one of the other searches I'm doing right now have a couple of nominations. And so I got the information, followed up on the phone call, still following up. And then I'm going to call that individual back and say, thank you very much for your nominations. Really appreciate it. Helped us diversify the pool and helped us include the pool. So I think that immediate response and that personal contact, again, is really important. The other thing is we get to know the members of the search committee very well. And hopefully we can establish relationships that will help us throughout the whole process and to keep us to the process and keep the confidentiality up as very, very important.
Great. Sorry, go ahead, Debbie.
Could I just add, I think the two key areas where we involve stakeholders in the district beyond the committee and beyond the board are in the development of the profile. And we do that through forums where we solicit feedback, and then the committee reviews that. And then of course the board has the final say, but we use that to help ensure that the profile really is comprehensive and portrays what the district needs. The second place that we solicit feedback from the community and the college beyond the committee and the board is in the forums at the end when the three finalists go forward. And then there are open forums where the candidates do a brief presentation and then field questions from the audience. And we have, as Julie said earlier, done that quite successfully via Zoom. So those are the two major areas of the search process where we formally engage beyond the search committee and the board.
Thank you. I have one follow-up question. Can you tell us about the job announcement development and timeline that you proposed?
Julie, do you want?
Sure. And I think Debbie and Jose have both touched on this, that there is an announcement. The Board of Trustees is pleased to announce we've begun the next CEO search. This is an inclusive, participatory, fair, and equitable process. Here are the forum dates. Here is a survey link to create all that feedback. Here's the due date. Typically, there's about 2 weeks to respond to the survey, then the first search committee meeting, then about 6 weeks for recruitment. The committee gets about 2 weeks to review applications. Then the committee meets to select the confidential semifinalists. About 2 weeks later, the interviews happen, and then 2 to 3 weeks after the finalists come. We can condense that or stretch that out depending on your needs. What is critical is that we do have about 6 weeks to recruit. We don't like to cut into the recruitment period.
Great, thank you. Vice President Chico had her hand up next.
Hi, thank you. And thanks about the President and took the job announcement, because that's one of the questions that I had. But also I heard forums plural, because this is my first time going through this process. How many forums are we talking about?
That we work with the college to see what makes sense. So in other words, it could be done over a period of 2 days, maybe 2 forums each day. Some colleges like to do everything on one day with maybe a 9, a noon, and a 4 p.m. forum. We follow your lead in terms of what's going to resonate. Some colleges say, you know what? This particular hour works really well for faculty. Let's be sure to schedule a forum. And regardless of whether it's over 1 day or 2 days, inevitably not everyone will be able to make it. And that is why that survey instrument is so important. And some people do not feel comfortable sharing their thoughts on Zoom. That's another reason why we often get a lot more very pointed and very candid feedback through the survey instrument.
Will you also be recording the Zoom meetings, the Zoom forums?
We don't recommend it. Again, it just decreases the level of people's comfort.
Right.
We ask the college to help take notes. We're taking notes, but I think it creates more of a conversational atmosphere to not record them.
I agree. I just wanted to know what that was, particularly as we're in this new era where we record and don't record. So thank you.
And if I could just add one thing about the number of forums, that has adjusted because of COVID. In some ways, it's easier for people to attend, and so you can have fewer. It depends how many places where I know you have one college, but if you have centers anywhere or places that you would want a forum if we were there physically, if we're not doing it physically, then it makes it a little easier because people can attend from wherever they are and the forums don't have to travel.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, Vice President Chico? No. All right, we got Trustee Zia has her hand up next. Unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for the presentation. You may have already explained this, and I'm sorry if I may have missed this, but what is the process? Last time, Trustee Baxter and I are the most senior members of this board, and if correct me if I'm wrong, Trustee Baxter, but we went through a selection of having a screening committee. And based on that, it was a 40-member screening committee that essentially shortlisted the candidates. And then by the time it got to the board, it was essentially a short list of individuals. So is that, did you already discuss that? Is that the approach that you're fixing to take in here as well? Can you touch on that?
Sure. I want to make sure I heard that correctly. How many people were on the search committee last time?
40 on the screening committee. So,
oh my.
And that's the same committee that you're proposing. The timeline is the same. But we have many constituents.
Right. So we had members like the former mayor of Long Beach sat on that committee. We had individuals that we essentially had some input in selecting faculty, classified individuals from different constituency groups. So I would support that approach because it was very well thought out and deliberative. And by the time it came to us, we followed the shared governance model in this regard as well. So having said that, I want to see what would be your approach? And if so, how would that impact the process and the timeline?
Well, so I would ask the board to have a conversation, and we have a workshop built into this search process, into our proposal, to see if the number of committee members could get pared down, if that is possible, or if there's just another way to perhaps narrow that field just a little bit, to try to have a deep and rich conversation with 40 people and to keep the schedule moving is tough. In terms of process, yes, having the committee do the heavy lifting of reviewing all the applications, doing first round interviews, making a recommendation to the board is certainly part of our process. Jose and Debbie, additional thoughts and insight?
I would just say that the timeline would have to be set pretty much before committee members are chosen. They would need to be able to commit to the days that the committee is going to meet. It would be very, very difficult to adjust meeting dates to 40 people. And for the search to work, everybody has to be there for the committee meetings when we discuss the candidates and then when we interview the candidates, and that there's no changing that.
Yeah, and the last time we had those challenges as well, Debbie. It was quite a Herculean effort, but it was very successful. I'm not suggesting I'm not necessarily attached to the number of people. I wanted to be effective. Personally, this is just my perspective. Trustee Baxter led that effort. We had a committee, an ad hoc committee, and she did a fantastic job. But, you know, there are some lessons learned. We can certainly glean from it. But I would definitely recommend having constituency groups represented in the selection committee. Predates the board.
And I thought that you were asking if we would have a screening committee originally, regardless of the number. And yes, the process is there is a screening committee that narrows down the candidates who are qualified and who they believe could lead the district, that they send forward to the board for consideration. And usually that's between 3 and 5, usually 3 to 4 candidates that come forward to the board.
I'm sorry, what screening committee are you referring to then? Maybe your point.
The screening committee that the board appoints. The board appoints a screening committee and, you know, uses, of course, participatory governance to ensure constituent voices are heard. And then normally at least some community voices also are heard on that committee. So the board makes the determination of who is on the committee. The process that ACCT uses definitely has a screening committee in the process to narrow down the candidates that are sent forward to the board.
President, can I respond to that? Is that okay?
One sec. Sunny, did that answer your question from the?
I have a follow-up question, but I can go after Trustee Baxter.
Jenny, want to go quickly?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Each of the constituent groups nominated someone. So the president of the Academic Senate, the president of the Faculty Association, the president of the Classified Academic Senate, the president of the Classified. So each constituent group nominated people. Then in addition, we had the superintendent of Long Beach Unified, the president of Cal State Long Beach, or their representative, the mayor. So that's who the representatives were. The board did not say, this is who we want. The constituent groups came forward and said, this is who our person will be. So I just want to clarify that. So those constituent groups said who they wanted. As far as the president of Cal State Long Beach, I can't remember who it was at that time, but they actually chose someone else to represent them. So, you know, we were not telling the community and that who we wanted. We told them, these are the representatives and you come forward with the name. And I can't remember, Jerry, and maybe you remember, did the Academic Senate have more than one on the committee?
I would have to go back and look, Jenny.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know off the top, but somehow I'm thinking there was more than one, but I'm not sure.
Thanks, Trustee Baxter. Let's go back to Trustee Zia for her last question.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to, maybe you've already provided the overview on the item. Chair Intuk or Interim Superintendent Bynum, is the intent for us to interview these two firms and then make a decision tonight? Because it's hard to tell from and how are we going to do this after the presentations? Are we rank? Perhaps someone can explain to me. And I apologize if I may have missed the explanation earlier.
No problem. It is in the board docs agenda, and we did talk about after both presentations, we'll have a discussion about selection. So not at this time.
So we're ranking.
We'll talk about that when we get to the end of after both of how we want to do that. But we do have to take a vote to select one of the two.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Vice President Chico has a follow-up question.
I do, and this is just a point of clarification. I've heard selection committee and I've heard screening committee. Do we have two different committees, or is it one and we're just calling them screening or selection?
It's just one committee. The names differ sometimes, but it is one committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could add very briefly, President Tuck, one of the really important things with the search committee is I often ask how many of you have been on a search before and how many have not. And then I'll ask the group that has been on search what worked well and what did not work well. And then I also ask those individuals that haven't been on a search, what do they need to know in order to be successful? So it's really important that we blend. And the culture of Long Beach is very collaborative. That's why you had 40 people. The more, the merrier. I mean, it's okay with me. I have worked with large groups. And so if that's your culture, then we will do our best job to ensure that we mold that search committee to become very collaborative and be of one mind, because it's much easier to recruit when I can go back and honestly say to a candidate, I had a good time with the search committee. They really came together. Obviously, there's going to be differing voices, but in the end result is getting the right president that will meet the needs of the students, the staff, the community, and be that icon that's a pillar of your community, because that's what Long Beach City College is to your community. It's the pillar of that community. You want somebody who's going to represent that. So I hope that's kind of enhanced the answer and the question you might have had. Thank you, President.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Leyba. I'd like to open up if Jerry or Cece or Robert have any questions before we move on. Yeah, Jerry?
Just a comment. Thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated. And I, on behalf of the Academic Senate, your commitment to participatory governance is fabulous. So thank you. I've been to your conferences, and I thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Robert, anything? If not, is he still with us? All right. Well, thank you for your presentation. We'll now transition over to our second presenters. I believe PPL.
That's correct.
Let's see, Ben, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Duran. I'm the president of PPL. Joining me tonight are two of my partners, Dr. Guy Leese and Dr. Robert Griffin. You're going to be hearing from them a little bit later. Can we move the slide? So you'll see who our folks are. So we're a firm that's been around since 1978. We're a California community college firm. We are essentially all former CEOs, executives from the California community college system. We know the system very, very well. We know up and coming folks. We know the folks who have been with a while. We know a lot of the board members because we have been involved with so many searches. Last year alone, We did 10 CEO, president, and chancellor searches, and some of them were obviously virtual because of the pandemic, and we pursue the most effective process. Hopefully we'll have an opportunity to chat with you about
I'm
the
sorry.
process.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I missed a portion of what you were saying. I don't think everybody's muted, so I apologize. Can you just repeat yourself?
Sure, from the beginning?
No. Just the last portion that you just.
Yes, yeah. I was saying that that we will suggest practices. We will, in our particular case, we are you are you, us together. We work together because we work for the Board of Trustees in this particular case. When we're doing president searches, we work closely with chancellors, but in this particular case, we work directly with you folks, the Board of Trustees. And in doing so, as I was saying, Trustee Chico, I'm not sure if you heard this, but our partners are former CEOs, executives from the California community colleges. When I was a president at Merced College, I served as the chair of the CEO board twice during my tenure. You will be hearing from Dr. Guy Leese, who also served as the CEO, as the chair of the CEO board here in California. I sat on the Student Success Task Force. We've sat on a number of things, and we continue to as we try to stay current with what's going on. We have 5 partners and 3 associates. So if we can go to the next slide. So one of the things that we're doing in our presentation is we're going to respond to the 4 questions that were sent to us. They said, would you please respond to these in 15 minutes, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. So we're going to respond to the 4 questions that you folks sent to us, and then hopefully we'll be able to answer any questions that we didn't address, and then hopefully we'll be able to handle any of the questions that come our way that we didn't think about. So let me just start by telling you that one of the things that we do is when we talk about recruitment, when we talk about how do we go out and identify and engage qualified candidates, what is it that PPL does, particularly with passive candidates? Maybe really good, strong candidates who are out there, but haven't thought about it yet. So let us tell you, one of the things that we do is we maintain a constant contact database for PPL. It includes over 1,500 contacts from not only California, but from throughout the country. They're typically our CEOs, their presidents, their vice presidents, they're folks who are looking for positions, and we put them out there. We put that out there. PPL, we maintain a premium LinkedIn account for recruiting purposes. So if we were to get your search, and as soon as the position announcement is developed and all of the challenges and all of the good things about your district were identified, we would plug that into our LinkedIn account. In fact, I've seen a number of our positions, and you've probably seen them. If you have a LinkedIn account, you'll see the positions, you'll see PPL pop up. We will go to the we will personally go to the CCLC directory. We will review it, and we will go through it, and we'll identify sitting CEOs who are out there who are thinking, you know what? Long Beach would be a really good next step for this person. So we'll contact them. We'll give them a call. We'll email them. We'll touch base with them. We'll also contact other CEOs who are sitting out there who haven't thought about moving. We consult. We follow up on legitimate nominations, and by that I mean in higher education, it's okay for you folks as board members, or for members of the search committee or the screening committee, whatever it is that we choose to call it. We typically call them search committees, but one title doesn't matter. They're there for one purpose. But we'll take nominations from them. We'll take nominations from folks from your college community. Someone might reach out, and we say, let's do it appropriately. So send it to us. We're the search consultants. Don't be making any promises to anyone or anything else like that. So we'll go out and we'll contact those folks and we say, you have been nominated. You've been recommended by someone at Long Beach City College, or it could be someone from other parts of the state. We often have referrals from folks that say, hey, are you doing the Long Beach search? Hey, I've got a person I think I'm going to refer you to. So that's what we consider nominations. And in doing so, we end up with large, diverse pools. We will work with the HR department, for instance, to make sure that your list and our list of search sites that the position should be listed, kind of jive. And we will maybe recommend some sites that your HR folks haven't thought about. And we'll say, hey, what about these? In addition to that, we will look for university sites, because we work with university program managers who are training folks, and we say, hey, do you have anybody out there? In fact, my colleague Robert Griffin, if we switch slides now, I'm going to turn this conversation over to him. I'm going to ask him to talk about how we deliver these highly diverse pools that we've been able to pull together. And so, Robert, I'll let you chime in, and then we'll go from there. Once Robert is done, then our friend Dr. Guy Leese is going to chime in. So, Robert, I'm not sure if you're muted. Is Robert on, Robert Griffin? If not, I can do his slide.
Oh, there it is, okay. Robert Griffin, PPL Vice President and one of the partner owners. And thank you for inviting PPL to discuss this proposal to assist you in your Superintendent President search and selection process. PPL is focused and committed to advancing the interests of the Long Beach Community College District in a search and selection process that is aggressive, inclusive, fully open, and fair. As Ben mentioned, PPL has an extensive recruitment procedure in place designed to identify and communicate with as many people as possible to ensure a pool of qualified applicants that reflect the diversity of California community colleges. Our channels of communication have been successful in generating diverse applicant pools that are rich in experience, skills, and competencies to provide leadership important to advancing the mission of our colleges. PPL uses its networking to actively seek out prospective applicants, as Ben has said, we believe would make suitable candidates for the position. We reach out to leaders in the state and across the nation to search for promising candidates whose career appears to have prepared them for the challenge of leading an excellent, large, very diverse urban college like Long Beach City College. To reiterate what Ben said, we understand that some people are doing very well in their current positions, and they're not looking to move. And so we having information about those candidates, we make contact with them. We do follow up with them. We talk to them about the district, and we get from them the thing that would cause them to, or result in them applying for the position. And sometimes it's the community, the cost, the commitment of the institution. So we have those kinds of conversations with them to get them to really consider applicancy for the colleges that we represent. Diversity, implicit bias, and the importance of inclusions are consistently emphasized throughout the search and selection process, but particularly so in recruiting and advertising phases of the process. PPL will work closely with the Long Beach College District to ensure materials are used to announce the position and invite applications reflect your commitment to diversity and inclusion. And this is important because recently I'm engaged in another search with some other PPL partners, and the position announcement resulted in people calling, asking for more information about the institution, because what they saw in that is something that reflected their personal and professional interests. And so we think that making that kind of, having that kind of information included in the position announcement is really critical to having people who are successful in their current positions consider applying for the position at Long Beach City College. PPL has a proven record of recruiting and delivering qualified and diverse candidates from a national pool that reflects diversity by gender, ethnicity, and the LGBTQ community and out-of-state candidates. PPL is committed to ensuring the search and selection process is open and fair, and that the final candidate selected is the best from a national field. And then what we have is we have information that we've collected from 2018 to 2020, indicating our pools. And as you can see in one bullet point, our pools generally range from 35 to 50 candidates. I've had between 40 and 60% people of color. Our pools have been between 25 to 40% women. Pools have included 25 to 30% candidates from out of state. And this doesn't happen arbitrarily. We understand that leadership needs to reflect the enrollment and the staffing and the people who work in our community colleges and live in communities surrounding the college. So we are very aggressive at ensuring that districts have an opportunity to select from multiple candidates with diverse backgrounds who can meet the needs of the institution. So PPL offers confidential contacts with potential applicants. It's not unusual for us to be contacted and asked about the sincerity of a college or district's commitment to diversity and inclusion. This is particularly true for applicants who are themselves committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're able to have open and honest conversations with potential applicants and provide information important to their decision to apply for the position. So again, for us, it is not just words. We understand the importance of a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion to the overall success of the institution, and that is to the students and to the people who work in the institution. So we're committed to doing work in this area to generate a pool that will meet the needs of your district. PPL co-owners also maintain awareness of state and national initiatives with the focus on enhancing the diversity of applicant pools for positions in California community colleges. PPL co-owners, myself and Ben, have been invited to participate in designing and implementing statewide initiatives by the California Community College Chancellor's Office. Our work with our California community college clients have provided us an opportunity to understand the importance of diverse leadership in developing broad institutional commitment and the capacity of the institution to respond to initiatives like, for example, the California Community College Chancellor's Office Visions for Success. The goal of this vision is to make sure students from all backgrounds succeed in reaching their goals and improving their families and communities, eliminating achievement gaps once and for all. In addition, the Chancellor has initiated what he calls a call for action. This call for action is for community colleges to address and respond to systemic racism. So it's when we're asked to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's something that we take very seriously. And it's something that's being taken very serious by the entire community college system. So for us, this is an opportunity for us to demonstrate our commitment to you, to demonstrate our commitment to the diverse populations you serve, and demonstrate our commitment to you accomplishing your mission to serving community college students. And with that, I would thank you for this opportunity to share my comments and turn it over to Guy Leese.
Thank you, Robert. And I apologize that I wasn't here right at 5:30. I was, but I was in a waiting room being held up until someone would invite me in. And the reason that I wasn't invited in is I was working on a project with a colleague of mine in Rotary, and he put his name on my name. And so your folks did not recognize the name John Green as Guy Leese, and naturally. So anyway, I wasn't there at 5:30, even though I was. Could we advance the slide, please? First of all, everyone had a chance to introduce themselves except me. And again, I apologize for that, but I'll tell you who I am. I served for about 35 years in community colleges, including the last 18 years as the superintendent president of Lake Tahoe Community College District in South Lake Tahoe, California. Since that time, I joined up with PPL and served as an interim president at Fresno City College. I spent a year as an interim president at Las Positas College in Livermore, California. And then I spent 2 years as a special state trustee with the City College of San Francisco. As you I'm sure read over the years. They had some very difficult challenges facing them at that time. The Accreditation Commission actually lifted their accreditation to be effective 12 months later. And as a state trustee, we were able to turn that around. We got a full, clean accreditation from WASC, and we balanced the budget and hired a new chancellor and moved forward. So I got to sit in your chair as a single board member in front of a very interesting community, to say the least. But let me get into, since you know who I am, the work that we plan on doing, again, responding to your request for the service standards and practices for guiding the institution to a successful search. The initial work that we would do if chosen is going to have to focus on the job description and the position announcement. We would propose to do that through some research we would be doing with the district, but we also want to follow your own policies and procedures. And that is, for example, in some districts, we're asked to take a look at the job description. In some instances, have the search committee work with us on the job description to make any recommendations for change. In other districts, the HR office takes care of the job description and ensures it's up to date and has been approved by the Board of Trustees, because the job description is critical to helping us focus on what's important in the role that the superintendent president plays in your district, as well as the research we're doing with your strategic plans and with the challenges and opportunities that your college is facing. Then we would move to working on preparing the position announcement. Again, this process varies from district to district, and we did ask exactly what the procedures would be in this case, and we were informed that those decisions had not yet been made by the Board of Trustees. So if chosen, we would welcome the opportunity to sit with you and work on how you would like to see this done, whether it's going to be the search committee that does it, whether we're going to have forums, we're going to have surveys, we can do all of those things, but we look to you based on what you feel you would like to see done. We will advise you on things that we believe are more successful, and we'll advise you on things that we think might not be appropriate in this search process. Again, the decision's yours. Once we get to that point, and I'll talk about the timeline, the other thing we'll do is work on a timeline with your staff. Again, focusing on the end date. As you'll see when I get to the timeline in just a moment, we're assuming the end date is going to be your meeting in June, and that at that time you would like to hire your next superintendent president, and we begin to work back from there. But I'll go over that timeline in just a few minutes. Once we begin working with the search committee, we will do an orientation along with any of your staff members who are there to be part of the search committee with us. We will do the emphasis on confidentiality, and we do talk about it in terms of your lifetime. No one should know who applied and didn't make the finals. That shouldn't be information that's available. We're in a position to take in the applications if you prefer it not to be done within your district staff, and we're happy to work with your district staff if that process is part of your normal hiring procedure and your confidentiality is secure. And we do EEO training. We train for all kinds of biases that can enter into a hiring procedure like this, and making sure that people understand exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it. Once we get to that point, and during the recruitment period, we would be working with the search committee to develop the criteria and the system for evaluating and rating candidates. And by that, I mean, some of the things that we might ask questions about might have a much greater importance in rating a candidate than other questions we have. And not to say that all of the questions are certainly going to be important questions, but typically the search committee will put some emphasis on certain areas that's important to them. And we'll come up with in conjunction with the search committee, a system that they feel comfortable with to rate the candidates as they interview them. Finally, we'll help them develop interview questions that are focused on the desirable qualifications. The minimum qualifications are fairly set by the state, but we do have minimum qualifications that are legal, and we have desired qualifications based on your needs. So we want the interview questions to focus on those desirable qualifications that you've identified and the search committee has identified. Once that's done and the position closes, and by the way, our recruitment period, we recommend a minimum of 8 weeks. We have agreed with boards to reduce it to about 6 weeks, but we prefer a full 8 weeks because some of the work we're doing in recruitment is going to take a little bit longer. Some of the advertisements that are out there nationally, some of the universities we work with to try to encourage some of their alumni who are in community college leadership positions around the United States. They don't publish every week. So we want to make sure that we get this out to as many people as we can. But we would facilitate that first level interview and facilitate a discussion after the interviews to assist the search committee in determining which candidates should be forwarded to the Board of Trustees. And like most of us who do this work, we recommend 3 to 5 candidates to make sure that the board has options. We encourage the search committee not to prioritize the candidates so that the board doesn't feel that if they don't hire the number one candidate, that the search committee or one of the constituent groups would be upset with the results. If you could advance the slide, please. Once that we have the final candidates, then we would help the Board of Trustees in a similar manner, that is developing criteria and system for evaluating and rating the candidates, working with the board to develop interview questions that focus on those desirable qualifications. And there may be things that come from the search committee that would inform us as to follow-up questions that might be good for the board to ask. But we will come up with banks of questions based on the desirable qualifications that the board could review and choose among them for your interview. We would spend this time between the first 2 interviews conducting detailed and thorough background checks on all the finalists. We take this very, very seriously in our business. Ben and Robert and I will do the background checks. If for some reason one of our partners doing another search comes up with the same candidate, we would be working with them on our background checks, but we would do our own work as well. And we will provide that typically orally to the Board of Trustees after they do the interviews and begin to focus on final candidates. We'll provide as much information as you could possibly want on the background of the candidates. So then we move to the final interviews. We would assist on the day of the final interviews. Our assistance includes things such as being there to greet the candidates, making sure they're comfortable and ready to go in to meet with the board. There are decisions that would have been made whether we're going to ask the candidates to make a presentation to the board or just respond to questions, maybe give them a few minutes to talk about what they see as some of the challenges and opportunities in the district based on their research. We would also facilitate a campus visit. Again, we put it, if appropriate, in these pandemic times because depending on when the campus visits might occur, it might be advisable to ask people to travel here to do a campus visit, but it might not be yet. We would facilitate the forums. We do recommend that you have candidate forums with the finalists, and we would facilitate those either in person or online. One of the things that we like to do is have people write down their questions, in this case, send them to us during the forum so that we could ensure that the questions that are being asked are legitimate and unbiased questions. We want to make sure that they cover a full spectrum of the job and not are repetitive of other questions that are being asked. So we assist in that way. Then we After the interviews are over, we would brief the Board of Trustees on the background checks and the information we gather through surveys on the forum comments to try to, again, give you an idea of the reaction of your faculty, staff, and community members and students who sit in on all of the forums about their feelings about the candidates. Finally, we would facilitate the discussion within the board of who they like and who they want to hire, or at least offer the position to. So if you would advance the slide, please. And finally, post interviews, we would be making a contact with all of the finalists on the board selection, letting the winning candidate know, and if requested, representing the board in a discussion about the contract negotiations with that individual. If not, we will simply let them know that who is going to be offered the job, and with the other candidates who are not being selected, simply letting them know that they did not get the position and thanking them for their interest in Long Beach City College. I said I would be getting to the timeline at the end, and that's where I am now. We are, again, looking at the board approving the hire on June 16th and working backwards. We're going to assume that we have the job description and position announcement approved by the board no later than your February 24th board meeting. I think it's critical to do that in order to give us a reasonable period of time for our recruitment efforts and marketing and advertising the position. Those dates would be February 25th through April 26th. And again, this is all, obviously tentative based on our discussions with you and your staff. First level interviews, we're projecting those would be, in late May. Final interviews the week of June 7th, and the board taking action on the June 16th regular board meeting. As you may know, because you've been through these processes before, you're not allowed in California to make a hire like this at a special board meeting. So it has to be at a regularly scheduled board meeting in order to be effective. And we would assume that the new superintendent president would arrive in July 2021, ready to go to work. So I think now, Ben, I think you're doing some wrap up after this.
Oh yeah, thank you, Guy. You can take a deep breath now. My goodness. So we wanted to cover those 4 questions and then open it up for any questions that we might have from members of the board or the constituent groups who have joined us. We are really it's really important for us to hear from all of the groups, and when we go out and do the surveying and we do the checking, that's why I mentioned on nominations that it is not unusual for us to hear from faculty or even the classified senate or the classified association sometimes when they have folks out there that they want to recommend to us. So we do that. We do that openly, and recognizing that it's a college community and that the college community is all inclusive. As you've said earlier in the other comments, you bring in the superintendent and the president from CSU and other folks. That broadens your college community, and we want to be sure that we hear from all of those folks when we're doing the work that we're doing. I will say to you that with respect to the forums, we have experience in doing virtual forums, and we want to be sure that they're done in such a way that that the candidates have an opportunity to in the best way possible show themselves to all of the folks who are tuning in. But at the same time, we want to be sure that folks who are tuning in, regardless of who they are, have an opportunity to submit appropriate questions that we can work with your folks on to screen and then run them by the candidates. And in doing so, making sure that the college community at the end has said, you know what, we have been involved in this thing. Not only were we involved with the search committee and with everything that goes with that, but people actually asked us what we thought. People actually asked us, what are we looking for in our next leader? And that's what we're hoping to do, is help you come up with your next leader. As Guy indicated, typically the committee will submit to you 3 to 5 people. I've always recommended, and I still recommend 5. And the reason that I recommend 5 is because if we do a really, really good job and get you 5 really, really good folks, some of those people may very well be in other searches, and we may lose 1 or 2 of them as we go along. Hopefully not, because, let's face it, Long Beach is a plum position, and hopefully other folks would lose someone when there was a finalist there at Long Beach. But I would like 5, but if the committee feels strongly that there were only 3 or there were only 4, because one of the other things, and I'll finish with this, the other thing that we impress upon the committee, and we hope that someone from the board, President Antuck or somebody, would come to the committee and would give them the charge. And we say, here's what the Board of Trustees is charging you folks with. That makes them feel like they really are included, they're being listened to. Say, we're giving you the charge, and here's what we're looking for. We're looking for 3 to 5. But the other thing that we ask, that we also always say is, and recognize this, and Guy has indicated, we prefer that they're not sent to you ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. We prefer that they're sent to you so that the committee knows anyone you send to the Board of Trustees, any one of those people, could in fact be your next superintendent president. So with that, those are our closing comments, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have that we didn't cover in our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Appreciate the presentation. And one item I wanted to clarify, we were talking earlier, we said the last search had 40 people. We checked, it was actually 21 folks were on the committee last time. So just to clarify. I have Vice President Chico, and then I go Trustee Malulu next. Vice President Chico, unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. That timeline was actually really helpful because I think that's kind of what we're looking at in terms of wanting to have a new superintendent president. But I wanted to get a little bit more information about, we're all in this world of technology and Zoom, and just wanted a little bit more information about how that has gone for you in your searches recently. Have you encountered any issues? Especially, I think, when we're going to start bringing in these forums, and there's a lot of people. So if you can maybe explain a little bit about your process.
Can I take that one? Sure. Every one of the PPL partners has participated in webinars, and we've shared on a national level our experience working online, including Zoom forums and Zoom interviews, and some of the specific aspects of how to do that successfully. And in addition to that, I'm going to be presenting at the next ACCA conference in a presentation on Zoom forums. And so we all have experience, and we've all had success. And there's a learning curve for the institution, for the candidates, and for us as we go through this process. But what we're finding is that people are becoming much more astute at using the technologies. And so some of it is just getting people to make the adjustment from real time to online time, and the kind of idiosyncrasies that they have to pay attention to in order to be successful. But we all have experience in the PPL company of working with campuses on online searches, selection, and forums.
Yeah, and thank you. And let me add to that, Robert, thank you so much. And let me add to that, Trustee Chico, those webinars that Robert just referenced are actually available. We share them with clients. One of them has to do with districts and things that they need to look out for with respect to with respect to going virtually, right? There's another one that we did for candidates that we will share with candidates. For instance, they're not very long. They're things like 25, 30 minutes, but they're tips on how to interview, what to look forward to. Like, for instance, my wife tonight, she set me up. She wanted to make sure that I didn't have the dogs not coming in or anything else like that, because oftentimes, candidates don't take that into account. Oftentimes when you use the virtual backgrounds, and if you're really an animated person like me, people tend to fade in and out. So we alert people to that, because when a candidate is before your committee, you want them to be able to put their very best foot forward, and you don't want anything to distract the committee from what they're saying. And so we're very comfortable in delivering searches virtually.
To follow up on distraction, each of you has your own individual background. We're working with clients and we suggest that they have a common background. It's less distracting, I think, to the people who are being interviewed. I mean, lovely backgrounds, and some of them I wish I could be there. Guy up in the mountains and comfortable chair you're sitting in. But so those kinds of things that we offer as experience and input to our clients.
Yeah. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Let's go to Trustee Malauulu, and then we'll go Trustee Baxter. Trustee Malauulu?
Yes, I in response to you mentioning the colorful backgrounds, I just changed my background to one I've been using since the new year. I had a different one where the one was actually a vaccine.
Oh.
Changed it. So, there's a lot of creativity with backgrounds. I can appreciate that. So my question is in the same vein as Vice President Chico, but more specifically, it has to do with your use of LinkedIn. I'm familiar with LinkedIn. I'm familiar with the recruiting and application process, and I know that it is very sophisticated. What I would like to know is if you have experienced any setbacks or any particular successes as a result of using that platform? And also, do you plan on using that exclusively, or do you use a different platform? And what I mean by different could also be old school, just submitting resumes. I know that there are ways to recruit on LinkedIn. I know that you can tap into people. For example, you can put in a search for doctoral candidates, or you can put in a search for community college, previous CEOs. So how robust is your use of LinkedIn? What experiences have you had?
That's a good question. In the search that I just finished, there were two of the candidates who saw us on LinkedIn and actually reached out, because when we submit the text to LinkedIn, we plug in there, the search consultants are, and then contact us, et cetera. And then we give a profile of the college. And two of the people that were in the last search actually found us on LinkedIn. It is a platform we use. We use LinkedIn Premium, which is a little more robust than just our typical or regular LinkedIn. But it is just one of the things that we do. The other, as we indicated, is Constant Contact, which sends out a blast to the 1,500 people that we have on our that we have in our database, in addition to, as you're suggesting, old school, which is to literally go through the CCLC directory and find and say, geez, this person looks familiar, or this person, and literally doing those sorts of things. So look at us. I mean, we're not like young school, right? We're old school. So we will go old school all the way to new school. I mean, we will use the latest technology to reach out for folks, but we'll also use, tried and true techniques, which is calling people up and saying, hey, I'm doing Long Beach. Do you know of anyone who might be ready to go? And we also say to those folks, hey, and if you're not interested, can you tell us about someone who might be? And that oftentimes is saying, yeah, you know what, I'm pretty good where I am right now, but I'm not, but how about, Mary down the street or Joe or somebody like that. So we'll do those sorts of things.
Well, if all else fails, you can always flash a bat signal, right? Do a flare in the sky and a bat signal.
An LB, yeah.
We'll get some applicants.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Trustee Baxter.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. One thing I wanted to note is that our June board meeting is not June 16th.
Oh.
It's June 23rd. So at least it is on my calendar, and I could be wrong, and Jackie can probably, so that seems to me to be a really short timeline in, selecting somebody and then expecting to come to work a week and a half afterward. So that's just something, and because we're meeting the 4th Wednesday of the month, not the 3rd Wednesday of the month.
June 23rd.
Yeah, okay, so.
Okay.
June
Let me comment.
23rd.
If I could comment on that.
Yeah.
We agree that time is tight, particularly if we're going to work with your staff and come up with the position job description and have it go through the participatory governance process. That's going to take some time, more time than we have, and be able to do this job by the June board meeting. If in the same instance, the position announcement is done in-house, that is with your staff, then it moves quickly. But if you want us to work with the search committee, which we love to do on this particular part of the job, that again can take some time. So we'd have to get the search committee convened and go to work in February very quickly in order to hit the February 24th board meeting. And so it's decisions, the timeline again was just assuming some things that may or may not be true because we don't have those answers yet, but it may be too tight. And if you'll notice, we didn't say July 1. We specifically said July 2021.
Oh, okay.
Not assuming that we could get somebody here that quickly, although I can tell you, having been in this business for a long time, when someone gets a job like the Long Beach superintendent president job, they do the best they can to get away from their district where they are as fast as possible and get to you. They will maybe take work with them that has to be done, evaluations you have to do and planning documents and such. But they will move pretty quickly. May not move their family that quickly. Again, if we recruit somebody from Florida or from Texas or from New York, I'm sure the families will come much later, but they want to be here really quickly when they get a job like this.
Well, I think that you have made a very good observation of how long it takes to get the committee together and to sit down and talk about things, because I feel that is that part is very realistic. Now, and you addressed what I brought up, so I appreciate that. But we have very good shared governance. We expect people to give input. And so I think the February 24th is a good deadline.
Trustee Baxter, even the June 23rd, even the June 23rd date, though, assumes that you folks will have interviewed folks, have made a decision, and probably negotiated with them. So that individual could very possibly know by the middle of June, maybe the early part of June, whether who you are going to take, if you're going to take their name to the June 23rd board meeting. So it wouldn't be a surprise to them. It's
right. Yeah, I hear.
Sitting around waiting
I hear what you're saying, Dr. Duran. And now, would you do on the last search, our consultant did the negotiation with the candidate?
We're able to do that. Some districts want us to do it. Some districts want their legal counsel to do it, and we can do it either way. We're happy to do it.
Well, sometimes it's easier to have a consultant do it than 5 of us doing it.
Yeah.
Almost all.
My observation. Thank you, President. I'm done.
Welcome.
Thanks, Trustee Baxter. Anybody from the constituent groups? Jerry, Robert, Cece?
I just wanted to thank you again for the presentation, very informative. And on behalf of the Senate, I'd like to thank you for your commitment to shared governance and participatory governance. So thank you very much. Great presentation.
Hope you have a great semester.
Thank you. We do too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else from any of the constituent groups? All right, got the thumbs up from Robert.
Yeah, President Ntuk, I just want to say I congratulate both you and Trustee Malauulu. I think you did a very excellent job because I read every single one of these proposals, and I think you came up with 2 excellent recommendations.
Well, I'm going to have to deflect that. Congratulations to Lou Ann Bynum and Steph.
I was just going to say the same thing, President Ntuk and Trustee Baxter, that we really should credit Lou Ann and her leadership because she was able to direct staff, and we merely glanced it over. They did an amazing job. So it was very thorough. Thank you.
But we always have our board members in mind when we do those.
Yeah, I appreciate that our names are on it, but the credit really belongs to you all.
Great. Well, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the time to hear your opportunity to meet you virtually. And we're going to move now to a discussion about 2 presentations and work to make a decision on a firm. So
thank you. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, all 3 of you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to open the floor for discussion before we take any motions. Just if anybody has any feedbacks or statements they want to make about the 2 presentations. You want to raise your virtual hand, or I see Trustee Baxter's unmuted herself. Oh, and Jerry. Maybe go Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, I want to say both presentations were outstanding. And what I liked about them is you had a national organization and you had a California organization. And so, and there's good on both sides. They're both excellent, excellent. You know, the national has a very big perspective, and we used ACCT last time, and I think we were happy with the results. But I also like the California perspective. I sound like a politician. I like the California perspective because they're more locally and more invested in you know in what our community is doing. But they're both excellent, and that's all I'm going to say.
You only get 1 vote, Trustee Baxter. Okay, I had Jerry had her hand up first, and I'm gonna.
I'm glad you're taking note. Okay. I just want to let you know that I did some really quick research, and I believe you had asked me a question. I didn't have an answer for you in the moment, but I believe that there were 3 representatives from the Senate and 3 representatives from FA, the union, on the last search committee. So I just wanted to get back with you for that.
Looks like we have a dissenting head shake from Jackie.
No, I just looked at the board item from November 8th, 2016. There were 2 from Academic Senate and 2 from AFT, 3 management, and several community members.
Maybe somebody double dipped.
Well,
but Jackie, I think you also had a teachers union representative.
Yeah.
That's where I think.
Yes,
Jerry's
but that's one. We were talking about those who had more than 1.
Thanks for clarifying.
Sure. Thank you.
Ms. Zia, you have the floor. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you could refer to me by my title as you refer to other trustees as well. I had a question on the process. How are we going to do this? Are we going to rank each firm like we did with the board council selection, or are we doing it concurrently at the same time and then tallying up the votes?
Well, my prerogative would be just to have a motion and a vote. And if someone wants to make a motion and it passes, then it passes. And if it doesn't, then we take a second motion for the other firm and adopt it. So don't need to overcomplicate it. And I think-
Trustee, President Untuck, may I?
Yeah, Trustee Malauulu, go ahead.
So I think that I really like what Trustee Baxter said, that we did use a national firm last time with ACCT. And I appreciate that we have a state firm to be considered right now. I also really like their highlighting of technology and the use of remote meetings, particularly during this time. It spoke to me because I know that probably for the better part of this year, all of our activities will be done virtually. And I appreciate that they do offer that robust experience that they've had with searches. So if we are going to require a motion and a second, I would like to just go ahead and make the motion for the local California firm that we accept their proposal and move forward on it. However, I am interested in hearing what the other trustees have to say. And I'd like to know what the pleasure of the board is and anybody else. I don't want to be, I don't want to make that motion without giving other people an opportunity to weigh in on that.
Okay, well, the motion takes precedent. And at this point, if there is a second, to the motion, there's a second by Vice President Chico. So the
And that's just for point of clarification. That's for PPL, correct?
UPL, yes. Or a California one.
Yes, but
And then,
it wasn't stated, so.
great. And then did you want to speak to, or you had your hand up before she made the motion? Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead.
I thought both presentations were fantastic. I agree with Trustee Malauulu that the use of technology is really impressive. I think one of the things that struck me and that really spoke to me was the statistics on their candidates and the diversity that they have, that they broke down the demographics of the candidates that they've put forward. And that's very impressive. It was, there were a lot of people of color, a lot of women. I think that's what Long Beach is and is very reflective of Long Beach. You noted in the intro LGBTQ, which is also another very important population here in Long Beach. So that spoke to me, and also I think really having a strong understanding, and not that the other firm did not, but the California-based, being California-based, I think is critical. Although, the other firm had plenty of California experience, so I am not taking away from that at all. But the demographics and the candidates that are being put forward by PPL really did impress me. So
I agree, Vice President Chico. I think you brought up good points about the minorities that are reflected. I also really appreciated them bringing that up. So thank you. And by the way, this is not to discredit ACCT, because you also had a great presentation. It's one of those really difficult choices. It's just an issue of Long Beach and California and having a more personal approach to our recruiting that I think is making the difference in this situation.
Great. Anybody else would like to speak to the motion on the floor?
Can you please restate the motion?
The motion was to adopt the proposal from PPL for the search firm for the superintendent president search. Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to close discussion and go for a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn?
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
The
Motion passes.
Awesome. So thank you. We'll follow up with PPL to schedule a meeting and the contract has been awarded to them. Now we'll move on in our agenda to item number 2 on student housing. This is item 1.6, Bradford and Dunleavy Student Housing Feasibility Study. I believe we have 2 representatives here, and Vice President Drinkwine is going to start off. We'll introduce our 2 speakers, and I believe this is for a 45-minute approximate time frame to present and have some discussion. And this is an information item, not an action item tonight.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to introduce Vice President Matt Bohannon and Senior Associate Kim Wright and Project Analyst Olivia Howe from Brailsford and Dunleavy. As you recall, we retained this firm to conduct a student housing feasibility study some months ago. And while some portions of that study were delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've got some great information coming to you from the completion of that study. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to Brailsford and Dunleavy.
Great. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. We're excited here to talk a little bit about our process and the findings that we have coming out of our housing analysis for the Long Beach City College, and really giving you a sense of the student experience and the challenges that they are facing and what that may mean in terms of direction going forward. As was mentioned, I'm Matt Bohannon. I'm Vice President here out of our Costa Mesa office these days, if we can actually call it an office now. I'm joined by Kim Wright and Olivia Howe, who have been with me a part of the process throughout our initial engagement, all of the data analysis and connection, and the various stakeholder groups that we had, meeting administrators, staff, faculty, and particularly students virtually, given the time that we were doing our work here. If you'd like to advance to the next slide. One of the things that's important for us to always start out with is an understanding of your mission. We could look at housing, we could look at demand, we can look at a variety of factors, but it comes down to why. Why should we consider housing? What is the benefit of it to our institution? How do we look at Long Beach City College mission and where you are going in the future? And we have a visioning session, we call it our strategic framework, that looks at a lot of areas in terms of what are you looking to do? What are those metrics? Or how do you judge yourselves in the products you're producing? What do you need in terms of capacity and assets to then allow those metrics to be achieved? And what are you seeking to be known for? What are those brand characteristics? And these pieces tie into different parts of us understanding who you are and how we then need to respond to the data we're seeing and our recommendations. And so our initial engagement with the campus really started with a strategic visioning session, going through and understanding you all. And so what we looked at was really a sense of our outcomes, that after completing their education, whichever path that individual path may be, students are looking to thrive in their workplace, receive a living wage, have the experience and tools necessary to be doing that. That we are looking at, regardless of socioeconomic circumstances or academic readiness, that we are facilitating those students, enabling them to see the continuum of their educational goals. And in order for us to be doing that, we have to have a series of assets in place. So we need to have the counseling, the guidance, the support mechanisms that enable students to go through these pathways and achieve their success. So we have to have the courses and programs that align with what our employers are needing or our four-year partners are looking to do from receiving our transfer students. And then we need to have the facilities in place that provide a flexible and comfortable environment that maximizes the effectiveness of our academic programs and the pursuits of our students. And we want to be known as an institution with a community that sustains and creates a sense of belonging and affirms the contribution of all of our diverse members. That we have a diversity of our students and faculties that's reflective of the community we serve, and that our programs and services need to focus on affordability. And we'll come back to that a little bit, that housing as a service, as an opportunity to address some of the challenges that our students are facing is an important factor and drive some of the decisions the board may be needing to make. And all of that needs to be in a vibrant community that is attractive and supporting our students. And so I highlighted some of those pieces out of the broader context that helps inform, again, our recommendations specific to housing, because we also looked at, and if you advance to the next slide, some specific pieces of housing itself. And so while we looked at the broader context of the college, we're now looking at what housing can, should, or must do moving forward. And that housing is to provide opportunities for finding affordable housing for our students that is safe, that is secure, that enables students to go into, and for us to go into the markets and focus on those students that are homeless and housing insecure. We're not looking for a housing project that's out there to charge a lot to students as a revenue driver. That's not our purpose. We're looking for it from a service perspective. And that housing needs to be a part of and should be designed to support student success. And so that we have those wraparound services, we have the support metrics that are in place and components that are there to assist our students. So from guided pathways to counseling services to tutoring services, housing needs to be integrated in that approach so that it does tie into all of those assets and really maximizes any benefit or investment we will be making in that facility. And housing needs to be safe and secure and available to the diverse populations of Long Beach City College. We're not trying to focus in on a specific demographic or pieces. That we recognize we have a wide range of students that are attending. We want to be sure that those that have a need may have this housing as an opportunity, or for us to find those resources and connect students to them. And it needs to be a sustainable, environmentally appropriate facility to go in line with the campus's master plan and vision for sustainability in the future, as well as what the state guidelines are looking at. So I gave a bit of an overview in terms of that initial piece. And as we were going through our visioning, we were conducting focus groups with students virtually. We did a student survey that generated demand projections. We looked at what the current rates are in the off-campus market of what students may be renting if they were going out to find housing in the market at the moment, as well as a variety of other pieces that led us into the recommendations and data points you'll be seeing. So I'm going to turn it over to Olivia Howe to go into a bit more specifics on the analysis. Olivia, are you there?
She's muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was on mute. Next slide, please. Okay. First, to avoid any confusions before we head into the demand section, I want to quickly just outline the differences between some of the industry definitions and the definitions that we've used in the context of this project. So affordable housing, by the definition of the housing industry and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, really refer to housing that are built for families or individuals with income 60% or less than the median income in their area. Its counterpart, market rate housing, refers to units that are not restricted by any affordable housing laws and allows developers or landlords to really price these housing at a price point they see fit, but generally they can be around market averages. Affordable housing or subsidized housing, as you'll hear us talk about throughout this conversation, are more in the context of this project, and they're different from the industry definition of affordable housing, just because the industry definition of affordable housing is typically open to all community members versus the housing project we're looking at are looking to serve students. So in the context of this project, when we talk about housing challenge population, we're talking about these students who are housing insecure, homeless, or they're currently paying rent that is less than $400 per month. We see this group as a potential focus market for our subsidized or affordable LBCC housing. On the other hand, when we talk about a market rate housing population, we see this group. This is a group that we have identified to be living currently in stable rental housing, that they're paying at least $850 monthly rent. And we see this group as a group who can afford market rate LBCC housing, or really how the units are priced to make the project break even. Next slide, please. Okay, so heading into our projected demand, as Matt has mentioned earlier, we have projected student demand for approximately 1,300 beds. Of the total projected demand, students who want housing or the market rate population we referred earlier really makes up 1/3 of the overall demand. Studios and one bedrooms, these single occupancy options with more privacy were considered most popular amongst our students according to the survey. Our housing insecure market, where those who are in need of housing also seems to be more interested in single occupancy options. They also make up more of the overall demand. In essence, our findings really substantiated the viability of student housing purely from a demand perspective. As we'll see later in this presentation, this demand projection and some of the student preferences that we're seeing do also play a role in shaping our initial housing program. Next slide, please. So for this slide and the next few slides, we'll go through some of the key highlights from our survey and market analysis to better inform the group regarding some of the student experiences, as well as the challenges that students are currently facing. To set the stage, this would like to quickly walk over students' current living situations. So across student populations in various housing situations, that's students who are currently homeless, students who are in stable housing, students who are considered housing insecure. The majority live in the city of Long Beach, followed by other cities in LA County, and then Orange County, which is also nearby. This really means that the student information that we'll unwrap in the following presentation are representative of students who currently live in Long Beach or are in the nearby areas. Next slide, please. So we really wanted to take some time to study the relationship between student housing cost as well as students' income to understand how much are students paying out their income in terms of housing costs. And we found that students are severely burdened by their housing costs for both students who are renting market rate housing and students who are considered housing challenged. They're spending an unproportionately significant amount of their income on housing. Not only does this exceed the average housing burden in California, this is also telling us that students could be taking out debt to sustain their current living situations. As we could see, students' income after they pay out for their housing is likely insufficient to fund other living expenses such as food or tuition. Next slide, please. So how does the Long Beach housing market rate ties into the student housing burden that we just saw? So the multifamily market has really become increasingly more challenging in terms of rental rates, and now is seen to provide little housing options to students. So we really took a look at how the housing market has changed in the past 10 or so years. And not only did market rent in the city increase by more than a quarter over the past 10 years, we also see that vacancy rate saw very little change. This indicates that the Long Beach housing market offerings are very much in demand, and this aligns with really the population growth over the past 10 years. From 2010 to 2020, approximately 10,000 new population had moved to Long Beach, and this really, when we look at the new market inventory added in this time frame, we see that there is a misalignment there, and this overall really does contribute to the competitiveness of this market. Next slide, please. In addition to this, we also see that the recent market additions, by recent I mean housing that's been built in the past 10 years, are really not student friendly. So the new housing units are mostly expensive luxury apartments that are not marketed for students. As we can see, these more recent builds are much more expensive than some of the housing that's been built before 2010. And this really leaves our students with very limited aging options that are also continue to grow in terms of rental rate year after year. Next slide, please. And we see that from our survey analysis, these challenging conditions have driven our student population into less than ideal living situations. From our senior response, we see that even students who indicated that they're currently in stable housing, 40% said that they have experienced difficulty securing stable housing in the past. In addition to this, we have students, again, who identify to be in stable housing that are saying, we do not have a quiet study place in our residence. We do not have reliable internet access or appropriate technology for our classes. When looking at our students who said they have moved in the past year or so, we see that a lot of them across the board, again, from our housing insecure population to our market rate renters, a lot of them have been forced to move either by someone that's close to them, friends or family, or landlords, bank, or the government. So our takeaway is that these housing challenges are not exclusively seen in a particular demographic group within the Long Beach student population, but it is really affecting the entire Long Beach Community College community. Any questions thus far?
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
This is President Ntuk. Many of our students, come from low-income backgrounds and it challenges credit scores, or they may have had an eviction in the past. How would we potentially mitigate or consider that when they're a full-time student seeking housing and these type of options?
I would say the market would be very challenging for them, which is what I think motivated the project group at LBCC and us to really look into potential student housing options. Sorry, is the question, are these students with lower credit score, or will they be eligible to live in student housing? Is that the question?
Right. Is there a way to mitigate that, or is it going to be the same, requirements as a market rate or off-campus rental?
Yeah, for housing that would be developed by the campus, you'd be able to control and look at those factors related to credit ratings or history of renter and make a case-by-case decision. In many cases, institutions will allow students to move into properties that they have either affiliation agreements with or that they own or are in a P3 deal and have and waive that piece, because we also look at international students, for example, they may not have that as well. And so those are typically individuals that would be living in housing. You'd have that control, that now there's some risk associated with that in terms of if there is a default, if you will, or non-payment associated with it, that may present some challenges. You absorb that risk, but it may not be a risk that's too bad. We can find ways to mitigate that. So as we look at this, there is a lot of control. There's other institutions that may not be seeking to develop physical facilities that and instead are looking to find ways to address these burdens that students have related to housing. And some of those may be willing to be the co-signer for certain students that are looking at housing, to provide that as a resource that students can still go into the market, have that opportunity to find housing, make those connections to municipal agencies and city agencies that tie into finding affordable options for families. And so there's a variety of solutions that are still available, we feel, that could work with students that may have the problems you are identifying.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Olivia, this is Sunny. I had a question, but
hold on a second, Sunny. Wait, I got 3 hands up and Jenny's was first. We'll go Jenny, Sunny, and then Herlinda.
Actually, President Ntuk, I was going to clarify, the students that we are housing right now are not even, their credit score is not even questioned. And Herlinda knows this is through the county and a group called Hoveness. And so they are housed based on their income, their need, those kinds of things, and the credit score does not come into play.
Great, thank you. Go back to Sunny.
thank you, Uduak. Olivia, I really appreciate your statistics one of the things that is unclear for me, and I was wondering if I should wait till the end, but is this a proposition for us to be essentially coming up with the housing, or are you looking at us being essentially a clearinghouse to place students? So that's a distinction that I can't quite gather from the presentation so far, but I do see in your later slides something that I can glean from, but maybe you can touch on that. And then the second question I have is, did you look at the transition in place model? And that's essentially what Mental Health LA has. And it helps students, I believe, or youth between 19 to 22. Don't quote me on the range. They get placement, there's a waiting list, but they have to find a job in the meantime. So that whole credit issue gets essentially corrected or remedied. But did you guys also evaluate a model such as MHLA does with transition in place?
Yeah, and I'll take a first stab at response here. And to your first question, we will be talking a little bit more about the direction or possible directions that the college can take, because housing is a very unique situation. The challenges that students are facing, we know it is directly impacting their time to completion, their mental health, their financial health, all of those things. And so there can be a variety of solutions to that. On the second point, we did not specifically look at that program. However, we have looked at that transitional model or other pieces that may apply to different cohorts of your population as well. And if the idea of housing is to really be able to place our students in an environment where they can succeed academically, that may not mean that they should then be asked to leave the second they are not a student either. That there may need to be that transition to securing work, or that we do have some sort of employment prospect or prioritization that may come from students that are living within housing, because those do tie together, of allowing a student to be able to have that sense of security as they get on their feet a little bit more in a way that enables them to then go out into the market. The challenge around some of those is the quantity of spaces and beds you may be able to provide, given the scale of market we're talking about. So there's, and funding, which we'll talk about as well.
So did you take that into account as far as your statistics is concerned, or did you eliminate that as in your data?
So there's components that tie into that we factored into how it may work and operate. A lot of that may be dependent upon the direction that we're looking to take. Is there opportunities to where the district may be able to partner and provide those resources, as you're saying, a conduit to those? Or is it going to be a pathway to where we have a physical asset that we will be in some sort of agreement with, either on campus or off campus, and some level of risk transfer and ownership partnership there, to where we would be running that type of program and supporting that for students.
And I'm sorry, the sample pool you have is all Long Beach City College students in your data? This is all—
That is correct.
And what's the total pool of students that you interviewed? Is it 1,000 something?
Are we talking about the focus group, or are we talking about our participants to the survey?
Well, both.
Okay, so how our survey process worked was that we sent a survey invitation to everyone within the Long Beach community, and that turned out to be around. Community. Excuse me, and that so the invitation were sent out to be to around 24,000 students. At the end of the day, we received around 2,600 student responses.
And of those, how many were experiencing food insecurity and housing insecurity?
So we have 8% that indicated that they were housing insecure and 2% that were homeless. Food insecurity is a little, we asked students how they have been, if they have experienced any food insecurities in the past. And the response, I'm pulling it up as we're speaking.
So we're talking about 52 homeless students in your sample pool?
Yes, but that's only because we had 2,600 response, and once we and that we see that as a representation of the overall LBCC community.
And a point of note related to that data specifically is that we were asking for a moment in time, and many questions that relate to homeless and housing insecurity go back to, have you experienced it within the past 12 months, for example, or past 6 months. And so at that moment in time, the survey indicated with our margin of errors, we'd be looking at 8% of the population identified as housing insecure and 2% as homeless.
And for our question that asked students, have you ever felt like you eat less than you feel you should have because there wasn't enough money for food? For that particular question, we received 40% of students that said yes.
Got it. Thank you.
We'll be able to take more questions at the end, but we'll just quickly, because Vice President Chico has her hand up. Still has been waiting.
We can move on if you'd like, President Ntuk.
Yeah, maybe we can finish the presentation then.
Yeah,
Go back and,
let's do that. I can ask my question at the end.
all right, thank you. I'll pick you first.
Thanks.
Okay, sounds great. Next slide, please. So we see that although students have been experiencing all the housing challenges that we just discussed, over the years, we have really seen an increase in the overall LBCC student academic performance. Although the enrollment numbers has seen little, not as much increase, but the numbers of associate's degree and certificates that were awarded over the past 10 years has really skyrocketed. And that's not to mention that we have more students that are getting their associate's degree as opposed to certificates. We've seen an increase in transfer rates, and we've seen a shortened time in terms of how long a student takes to complete their degree. Next slide, please. And to continue this conversation, our findings really show that student housing will further support LBCC students in their journey to achieve academic excellence. When we ask the question, if LBCC housing were available, how likely are you to change your status to full-time? Again, we see students across all different housing status have indicated that there is a very high likelihood. In addition to this, we have 80% of housing challenge students that have said that their goal is to transfer to a four-year university or institution, knowing that four-year universities and colleges typically do offer student housing. By them experiencing student housing now, we can really help students acclimate to these living situations and better prepare them for the next step in their journey. So the main takeaway from our findings really is indicating that student housing will be an incredible source of support to alleviating existing challenges students are experiencing living off campus, as well as to further corroborate their academic endeavors. Summing up our survey and market analysis highlights, we have also looked at opportunities to provide housing and various site potentials associated to it, which our team member Kim will walk through now.
Good evening. Can we advance to the next slide, please? Okay, great. So the college and the district asked us to look at several different options for where housing could be located. And so we looked at a couple of different things. We looked at the opportunity for new construction and also the opportunity to repurpose existing facilities, whether those facilities are currently owned by the district or facilities that are off campus, owned by the city, and in other places. And so We had a number of different conversations, not only with the campus community, but also with the city of Long Beach, some private developers, the Cal State Long Beach, your neighbor just down the street, if you will, as well as Long Beach Unified School District, as we understand that they have, I want to say 5 to 7 sites that are being considered for disposal to see if any of those sites would align not only with the district's goals, but would be a potential use for future student housing. After going through a series of conversations and a series of evaluations on those sites, we landed on looking at one of the sites on the district's campus, understanding that there are some additional costs that go along with on-campus development. We still felt that the Lot M site, which is what you see there on line 2 as an on-campus new build at this point in time in this preliminary stage of the analysis, was our best bet in terms of running our program through a financial analysis and determining whether or not we can move forward with that site based on the financial feasibility of a program. Can we advance to the next slide? Great. So as Olivia said, we ran a student housing survey, and based on the demand analysis, we created a preliminary housing program to identify the gap between the revenues generated by the project and the actual project cost. Now, when we understand that the district may want to provide housing to all students who want it, it is necessary that we include a critical mass of students who can pay market rates in order to subsidize those who cannot. And so those market rate students that Olivia referred to earlier, and those students that are housing insecure and or homeless and require a subsidy, or those that are couching as those who cannot. And so the baseline program that we developed is something that we feel is very efficient. It doesn't include any bells and whistles, and it allows us to really get a very stripped down program so that we can house as many students as possible. And we want to walk you through a little bit of our thinking and that preliminary programs in order to get your feedback. Gail, can we advance to the next slide? I'm sorry, I keep trying to do it myself. Okay, so the preliminary program that you see here on the screen, it assumes new construction on district land. So that is specifically Lot M that we're envisioning. It includes some 420 beds in a mix of single and double occupancy studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 4 bedroom apartments. With lease rates that range from $600 to $1,350 per bed per month in apartments that range in size from 250 square feet to 900 square feet. Now, again, just to repeat what's already been said, B&D, we do realize that those rates are not viewed as affordable, and neither does the college. But in the following slides, in the preceding slides, we'll discuss our ideas on how to lower those rates and where the district and the college comes in making that possible. But the program does include beds for some non-revenue generating beds, and those beds are for RAs or resident assistants, which could be filled by students who that could be a source of employment for them, as well as 1 full-time professional staff person, typically known as a resident director. So you'll notice that the total square footage in the program is larger than the residential program. So the total square footage of the program is about 140,000 square feet, with the residential being only about 127,000 square feet. And that is because, as I said earlier, we stripped this down to as basic as possible, but we've also included some support spaces, such as a mail room and laundry, and those spaces that Matt talked about earlier, which are those study spaces and community spaces that students need, not only for peer engagement, but also so that they can pursue their academic studies. We also assumed that the community would be 95% occupied in year 1, We understand that that may be seen as a little bit aggressive by some, but based on the demand analysis, based on the position of your students, and as you saw earlier, we had demand for some 1,275 beds, I believe it was. And so this program is substantially small in that. So we think that it could be filled completely, but we're going conservative with 95% in year one. This program is based on a 12-month lease terms, which is what students would find in the market anyway. However, we do, typical to many colleges and universities, there would be opportunities for shorter term leases, potentially at a premium, which is to say that if a student were to want a 9-month lease, a month-to-month lease, or a lease to lease by the semester, you can do that as a policy with no premium associated with it. Or typical to the market, you could decide to charge as much rent as you want it so that you still reflect 12 months of revenue. That's a policy decision, but it isn't built into this model. So all in, we have an estimated development budget of some $75 million with year one revenues just over $4 million. Operating costs are near $1 million in year one, with debt service close to about $3.5 million. And this program generates cash flow of just over $250,000. Now, I know that was a lot of information, and we wanted to save questions for later, but we are coming to the end of this. We've just got 2 more slides where we're going to throw some decisions at you. But if there are any questions about the program, we should take those now, because we're going to get into a lot more detail into numbers in the next 2 slides.
What I would also offer, Kim and group, as we're looking at this, is that we evaluated a number of different ownership and financing structures associated with the actual project itself. And so the numbers you see here represent what we think is one of the likelier scenarios that has as low a rate as possible to break even in these various unit types. And that is a mix of debt and equity in a public-private partnership. If the college were to fully develop this on their own, the costs would be higher given the restrictions that are typically in place associated with campus development, BSA, and all the fun acronyms that go into that type of project. If we were to move towards P3, where we would have some equity player or developer coming in, the project would be of sufficient scale for that. We can typically get a long-term ground lease that will enable us to have some lower rates, some lower numbers, and transition some of the risk over to that third party rather than being held within the district itself. There's a number of variations that could go into that. I forget the variations of numbers of variations we have in our modeling, but this is one that lines up best in terms of our goal of finding the most cost-effective unit options that led us into the next slides.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I was busy calculating something. Are you saying this proposal here is based on a land lease?
Correct.
Okay.
This would be a ground lease of Lot M for likely in the 60 plus years.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that, Matt. I forgot. I mean, I didn't forget. We've gone through several iterations of this model, probably about 57, and this is where we landed on a break even finally. So if we could advance one more slide. I'm sorry.
Then we're going to take a couple of questions on.
I'm sorry, of course.
Yeah, Vice President Chico has her hand up.
Do you have experience with modular building? We're looking at prices, and I know that that's something that is that the county is looking at, that there are a lot of different agencies that are looking at the shipping containers that are creating these beautiful facilities. So do you have experience in that? Do you have an opinion on that either way?
So
we do have
building. Go ahead, Matt.
Kim, please. No, please, you.
So modular construction, yes, I do have experience in that, not in student housing, but in typical market rate housing back east. What I would say about that, while there is some potential savings in that regard, we'd have to look to your development partner, to not only the contractors that they work with, but we'd also have to, back to the alphabet soup that Matt mentioned, when you house students, you all know this better than me, you have to go through the Department of State Architects, you have to go through CEQA, EIR, and so we'd have to ensure that any sort of modular housing, whether it's shipping containers or otherwise would be essentially, up to standard. And we don't know in student housing if that would make it a less expensive option for us to go with at this point.
And I will note that there's a number of developers that are looking to move this forward. And so they may be looking for campuses to partner with and, for lack of a better phrase, be the guinea pigs associated with moving this forward. I personally would love to see something like, the Gen 6 modular classrooms and have a housing option that DSA has already planned, approved, ready to go, and we can stack and build. I would love to see that. The challenges we're not there yet, but it is something that could continue to be investigated. There are a number of producers up in the Bay Area, up in Vallejo. There's a modular construction's going in. Idaho has one that's starting to do a little bit more student housing, but it's been in the private market and not on university land. So there's more conversations, just the market saturation isn't there yet.
Yeah, I know that there's one here in Carson that the city of Buena Park, I believe, used for this beautiful facility it was their homeless facility that they had to get something up very, very quickly to address, the increasing numbers of people experiencing homelessness. And so they were able to, they had all the construction crews out there because it's still, very skilled in putting those in place. But it was really impressive. So I do know that there are, government agencies that are using that. I'm sure that we'll have to have more conversations, but thank you for that input, that insight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Malulu has her hand up. You want to unmute yourself?
Yes, hi. I just have a quick question, and if I missed it during your presentation, I apologize. Do you have any data as to how many of our students are actually homeless, and how many of our students, for example, those who live in their vehicle or those who are on the street, as opposed to how many of our students are couch surfing? Because I know that we did we had some conversations with some students over the last couple of years, and they are couch surfing at friends' homes, relatives' homes, and they just don't have a physical address, but they're not really on the street and they're not really in a vehicle. Do you have any data about that?
So in our survey, unfortunately, we do not have the actual number in terms of how many LBCC students are currently homeless or currently housing insecure. What we do have is data that we collected from our survey, and then we do a projection of that onto the overall entire LBCC student population. And in our survey, we really have identified what are categorized students who are housing insecure. So everything that was mentioned earlier, if they're couch surfing, if they're living in their car, we would classify that as housing insecure. So students would have checked the student insecure box, and that's so unfortunately we cannot identify what type of housing insecurity situation they're currently in.
Okay, and moving forward, is that a specific question that we can ask so that we can have a little bit more detailed data to use when we make these decisions?
I think our effectiveness puts together, Trustee Mallow.
Hold on.
That's how we can get the information.
Excuse me. Let's let the consultant respond, and then we'll take hands of next trustees. Did the consultant have any response to Trustee Malulu's question?
So at this point in time, the survey, we've surveyed your students, and we're not likely to survey them again unless a project is going to move forward, and we need to refresh the market study so that we can assure, if we move forward with a ground lease with a developer, so that the developer can be assured that if we move forward with this preliminary program, I know there's so many caveats. I'm a consultant and advisor, so I have to always caveat everything, but we have to refresh the market study once we move further along in the process to confirm that demand for 421 beds still exists. So that means that the students would need to be resurveyed. At that point in time, we can ask more specific questions to determine what percentage or what actual number of your students are homeless. We were very sensitive to not ask that question very explicitly because it is a very sensitive question. And so we did a lot of verbal dancing, or if you will, to make sure that we achieved a way to define students who were housing insecure, homeless, and or otherwise, without asking that correct question, so that students were sort of put off from the survey and then dropped out. So we wanted to make sure we got a proper response rate. So we're very sensitive to asking that question.
Also, if I may add, in addition to using students' response to the question about their current housing situation, we also looked at how much they currently pay in rent. That was also a very big indicator for us to, in terms of categorizing student demand. So we have students who are housing secure, students who are homeless. We also looked at what are our student population who is set to be in stable housing, but currently paying very little in their rental housing situations. Are these students, even though they didn't indicate specifically that are housing secure or homeless, but based on their other responses, can we deduce that they also might need additional housing help if we're moving forward with a student housing project? So if that helps, we looked at various student responses to really, in the end, shape out what we deem to be reliable demand for the project.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank you. That was great. I appreciate all of that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Just like to remind my colleagues that we're in a public meeting and we'll maintain decorum and order, and everyone will have a chance to speak. Just raise your hand. We'll go Trustee Baxter and then Trustee Zia.
Thank you, President Ntuk. I just wanted to say that, you know, Trustee Zia and I are on the Helping Homeless Students Committee. And on our committee is also Justin Mendez, who works with students every day. And he has a list of 1,500 students who have indicated that they are housing and food insecure. So, and as Trustee Zia said, the Office of Institutional Effectiveness did do a survey finding that 10% of the student body was housing insecure. So there is data available that the college has, which I would think would be pretty reliable about these. So I don't see the need for Brailsford and Dunleavy to do another survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Go Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. I concur. I completely agree. And perhaps some of the newer trustees may not be familiar with our historic data since 2015, when Institutional Effectiveness did the initial survey, which we launched. And, you know, it's unfortunate numbers, but I would be curious to see, Interim Superintendent President, what our latest statistics are in concert with what Trustee Malauulu was asking. It would be good to get some updated information. Regarding this slide, Olivia, I'm sorry, maybe it was Kim that was presenting this slide. So is it fair to say that we have to come up with a capital of $75 million for this type of program?
Trustee Zia, that's a great question, and that leads us right into the next slide. The answer to that is no, but you've just segued us to the next slide.
Okay, because I was beginning to get nervous on this one.
No, don't. I don't want you to get nervous.
Thanks.
And before we move forward, Vice President Chico had her hand up as well. Or does she want to hold her question?
I'm going to hold it. Thank you.
Came down. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you.
So we identified an estimated development budget of about $75 million. And to Trustee Zia's question, and maybe the question that you were all asking is B&D asking the district to come up with $75 million to develop a student housing program? The answer to that is no. And so if the district is able to, what I said earlier is that, you know, I understand that 1350 to even $800 is not considered affordable to many of your students. As you just noted, some 8% of your students are either homeless or housing insecure. And so asking even, some percentage of those students to pay that amount would not be reasonable. And so what we have come up with on our side of the house is a way to lessen the burden on students by having the district close the gap. And when I say the district close the gap, I don't necessarily mean the district writing a check, but the district identifying recurring funds that can be used to lower the lease rates for your housing challenged students. And so their monthly lease rates would be lowered by the amount that you're able to contribute or find funds for. And so what you're looking at on this graphic here is a spectrum. And so the N here is 320 students, and that represents your housing challenged or students that need housing, as was couched earlier. And so if you were looking to subsidize 100% of those 320 students and bring their average rental rate down to $300 a month, then we would need $2.2 million in year one as a subsidy. That sounds like a lot. We understand that that's a lot. And so we provided a range to move up and down. If you wanted to subsidize 100% of those 320 students and bring the average rental rate down to an average of $600, then that subsidy would be about $1 million. If we go to the other end of the scale and we look at subsidizing a quarter of your students or some 80 students, the subsidy at a $300 average lease rate goes down to $550,000 in year one. At $600, we move up to $260,000 in year one. So there's variability in terms of what you can do in terms of a subsidy to bring down the cost for your housing insecure students, short of raising the rental rates on market rate students beyond what we've already placed them at. So there's a second option here. There's an asterisk here on here. We understand that the district has some $27 million in its master plan, in its facilities master plan that can be used for an identified project, not for operations, but it is available for construction. That may be something that you want to consider. We haven't put forward an opinion on that just yet, but that will be a decision for the district. If we can advance one more slide, we've considered one more option for closing the gap on funding in terms of lowering the rental rates for your housing insecure students. And that would be, can we move down one more slide to the slide 17, I believe. Okay, so we looked at reducing the capital cost. And so as we said, it's $75 million, but if we, the district, the college can make an upfront payment to the project, so essentially lower the capital cost, that means we can lower the overall project cost, right? So if you can put down, you can put up, let's use the very high end of the spectrum here, $48 million. That means that we can, for 100% of the housing insecure students, we could lower the average rental rate to $300 a month. And so we've thought of a couple of different ways at which you could approach this. You can either reduce your upfront costs. So essentially think about it like buying a house or buying a car. The more of a down payment that you put onto that house or onto that car, the lower your monthly payments going forward on your mortgage or your car payment, right? So kind of think about it that way. Or we can find some funding sources, whether it's through philanthropy, whether it's through the district's foundation, whether someone is able to write a check, whether that comes from the $27 million in the facilities master plan. We'd have to figure out identifying that source. There are a couple of different options for bringing down those rental rates and reducing the burden on your students is really our point.
And we've talked about subsidy or these cost reductions. And obviously one of the places that could come from is the district to support this. That may not be the only case. There are a lot of individuals that are concerned with the housing crisis our students face, and the housing crisis across the state for a number of people. And there are legislators, there are staff in the state treasurer's office that are wanting to find projects and solutions. There still has to be some upfront. There still has to be the right partners. We still have to put things in place that relate to this, to where we may be able to find sources from other areas. Could utilize measure funds that the county has related to homeless housing. And is that something that could be a part of this? If we contribute a little bit, can the county contribute a little bit? Can the state find some more favorable financing terms for us? And we can work at whittling this down. There is, in any way we're looking at this, a level of institutional will and commitment that this is a responsibility and belief that we should, as a district, be finding solutions for that. And a physical solution is something that's going to be important for us. There's a direction and again, institutional will to move forward with that, to continue to investigate those options, to move towards our 100,000 foot view here down to a 50,000 foot view and continue to move on. One thing I would also note, and Vice President Grigori probably knows this more so than all of us, that when we're talking about a physical asset and we're talking about a campus facility, we're not talking about something that'll be built quickly. This is something that is going to take a fair amount of time, to where we're probably 5 to 7 years out from doors opening. And that is a long period of time for students that are facing housing insecurity and housing issues now. So there's an element here that is a short-term need that can be continued to be investigated and put in if we want to have this longer-term vision of housing going forward as well. So that could tie into basic need centers. That could tie into those wraparound services that help students find those resources in the community through preferred multifamily housing that'll give our students a discount, since we'll guarantee that they'll always have a renter there, or work with the local county and city agencies that can help connect students with affordable housing options in the market. Or maybe there's those angel investors that may appear and help us out. So while there's a number of options that can take, and we can look at short-term and long-term solutions, it is still a direction that we would want that institutional role, that this is something that is in our area of interest to support our students, to be looking to continue this conversation.
Thank you, Matt. Is this the conclusion of the presentation?
It is.
Great. Thank you so much. This has been a great presentation, a great update. Can I ask what's next in the feasibility study timeframe? Is you go out and look at some 4 or 5 options of construction, or is there a final deliverable report, or what's the next step in the process from your end?
Yeah, so we are currently wrapping up the written narrative and documentation that goes into the presentation. There's obviously a lot more. We could probably spend your whole agenda today on our survey and all the data analysis that was a part of it. But that'll be forthcoming to the district, and any action will be coming subsequent to the board for direction to staff. Marlene may have some more thoughts on that one in terms of that process, but sort of our approach in terms of the scope and the direction that we've done as a part of this phase of the work is wrapping up.
Great, thanks so much. We do have a retreat session still coming up. I had Trustee Baxter to go next.
Okay, just 3 things. Have you looked at Section 8 housing as a possibility?
No, that's
Section
a
8.
federal. I'm sorry.
Okay,
that's a federal means tested affordable housing program.
Yes.
And the issue there is that you'd have to open up the housing to the general population, and our focus was specifically your students and a community that would service them. And so the other thing is that the Section 8 program allows your students to go anywhere. It's not specific to one physical location. It's a voucher that they can take around. So that wasn't what we understood as one of your goals.
Okay, but I'm not going to get into discussion, but that is a possibility. Second thing, what if we had land donated? Would that make a difference?
So it's interesting that you bring that up, Dr. Baxter. And so we spoke to some developers, and we were sort of brainstorming on our end that if Lot M were not desirable by the district or the college, it would be possible for us to solicit developers who would come with their own land, who would come with their own site. Now there are several risks there, and that the sites that they come with you might not like. They might be too far from campus. They might not be in a desirable neighborhood. The terms there are many different routes that we can go with that, but there is a potential to ask developers to come with land if you do not want to use the district's land.
Okay, and the reason I bring this up, and I promise, President, I'll be quick, is that I was told we couldn't build on Lot M because of the airport. I was told by someone who no longer works at Long Beach City College. So that needs to be investigated. And then the last thing is tiny houses I see as a stopgap opportunity, because I do know it will take at least 5 years to get anything built, and I understand that.
And we've investigated tiny homes and those mobile facilities at other campuses and looked at them. There is actually a fair amount of infrastructure that would still need to come into play associated with the water, the electricity, and all those pieces that come into it. So there is a capital infusion that is a part of it, even though the units themselves may be relatively cost effective. The other challenge we found with that is the density that we can get out of those compared to the spaces, because we'll only have one level of housing. But for interim solutions, I agree. If there's something that we can do to look at it and bring it in, I think it's worthwhile. My thought on how the land being donated is free land is rarely free in terms of the costs that you then have to invest in it.
And just one more point on the Lot M location, the airport was brought up to us, but my understanding was that the issue with the airport was height restriction, and we were not envisioning a project that would be more than 3 to 4 stories, and so that would be within the FAA's height restrictions, but that may be old information at this point. I'd have to update that.
May I say something about that, President?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tuck? I think we need to check on that. I know that the buildings that we have, the old buildings, there were severe restrictions for having credit classes there because we were under an area flight plan. And the question is whether or not that stadium, the corner of that stadium, is also included under that area flight plan. So that has all kinds of FAA restrictions that might come into play, but I think we need to check on that.
Thank you. Let's go to Vice President Tico.
Hi. Early on, you'd mentioned the services that could be provided at the facility, at the housing facility. Do you have what experience do you have working with local service providers in this area? I know that ELAC has worked with Shower of Hope, and Hoviness has been at the Village for Cerritos College. So what service providers have you worked with in the past locally? Thanks.
So we haven't worked with local service providers as it ties into specific student housing projects. Our focus really is on looking and developing and finding those pathways forward to implement these types of projects for our university and college clients. That being said, the services and elements that we're looking at really do tie into some of those components that are currently within the student services profile of the campus. So the tutoring program, health services, mental health services, peer counseling, tutors that could come in and be a part of it. And so those pieces and the core of them, having them on campus, as well as the new student center that is going to be in design soon, sort of brought us to wanting to have that facility closer to the campus. the further we would move it away, the more we would likely need to have some of those services in place, in addition to potentially having conversations with the city on transportation, of realigning bus lines or making it as easy as possible for our students to get to the two campuses, because that is another component of what we're looking at. How do our students get from A to B? How do they make it to their classes on time? How do they get services that are appropriate? And one thing that is probably important to note that we haven't touched upon, but is something that I believe Trustee Zia was asking about in terms of food insecurity, the need for a food pantry, or the proximity related to a food pantry, and the number of students we'd be housing here, is something that we would consider as a program element. Either to have a secondary pantry or to work with other providers or agencies in the city to have that as a resource nearby wherever students are housed.
So if I understand you correctly, you were looking at the services that the college currently provides to be provided at the housing facility. Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I had a question, quite a bit of questions.
Sorry, you had the hand up from 2 slides
I
back.
do have my hand up.
Sorry, it was from 2 slides back. I thought it was a legacy.
No, I put it up again.
Go ahead, Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Chair Intuk. So can you please bring up the slide on page 17 again, Kim? Okay, so please bear with me if I'm missing something. Is the total capital investment for us in this slide, is it safe to say if we want to charge rent for $600, we'll have to come up with $19 million out of pocket? Is that right? For 300.
If you want to subsidize 100% of your housing insecure students.
Right, so we need to come up with $19 million hard costs, and then the soft costs for operations. Have you looked at that? Do you have an idea of the rough order of magnitude that we'll be in for?
We do, and I don't know it off the top of my head. We do have a pro forma with the soft cost. Matt, do you know it off the top of your head?
Yeah, so the numbers that are populating this chart are inclusive of the soft costs, the operating costs of the facility, the debt payments, all of those factors going in. So that reduction of 19 million does equate to what that rate would be, inclusive of our programming, any staff that are associated with the project, the utilities, because the rents would be inclusive of utilities as we program this. So give or take, what it will typically come down to is going to be in the neighborhood of between $300 to $400 per bed is really the operating costs for the facility.
In addition to the 19 million, or I'm sorry, is it inclusive in the 19 million?
It is the operating costs are inclusive to the numbers you see on the screen. So if we reduce it by 19 million, we reduce the rental rates down to that average of 600 to where of those that are housing, because we still have some market rate students that are help paying for this, but that's inclusive of the operating costs and everything else. So all the rent numbers are all inclusive.
Okay. So, I've had, when we first started this, my partner in this, Trustee Baxter, and then also from the county side, my partner, Supervisor Janice Hahn, she's the one who actually allocated for the college and students funds for Measure H. And it was because I spoke to her about it, and I flagged the fact that this is a pervasive issue in community colleges. And she's mentioned to me that if we can come up with a plan, if we just have to package something together for them to consider. And thus far, we've been kind of in this purgatory, essentially, of trying to come up with this data. I think this would be a great opportunity for us to coalesce and perhaps come up with all these different innovative ideas of, like you said, perhaps other sources of funding, local funding, county funding. I would be very curious to see that package. I know you have your narrative due to the district shortly, but just different models that we can present for consideration and deliberation by our partners that can help aid us in bringing this to fruition, because it's been a long time in the making. It's going on the 6th year since we started. And, with the addition of our newest colleague, Vice President Chico, I'm really hopeful that we can really bring this to a successful outcome. So is that something you guys will be also including in the narrative? And if so, when can we see that as a board, those options?
Yes, the analysis and the narrative that we're pulling together is going to have that financial section in terms of what does this look like, what are those opportunities, and really telling the story. Because Trustee Z, I think you're quite right. Telling the story and having a plan, an idea together is really going to be driving the partnerships that we can pull together. That's going to excite a potential donor. That's going to excite Measure H and Supervisor Hahn. That's going to have an interest from the state in finding opportunities to support this. So that's really a key piece. Now, in terms of timeline, we're working on finalizing the draft document, which is going to go to the committee that has been working with us throughout this time for their review. And I think as that happens and that gets finalized, we'll be able to make the modifications, and then it'll be in a form ready for the board to see.
I'm sorry, when would that be?
We're looking to have our draft document within the next 2 weeks, end of the month, to our committee for their review.
Okay, so
Trustee,
sorry, Kim.
Trustee, sorry, just to add to that, Trustee Z, what you're asking for is one step beyond where our scope ended, and so I hear exactly what you're asking for, and that's the next step. After some decisions are made about whether or not the board and the college wants to move, the district, and the college wants to move forward with this project and what that potentially looks like. We're at a stopping point right now in terms of just the feasibility of a project and what it could potentially look like. Once a decision is made about, yes, we want to do this, yes, we like this preliminary housing program, whether it means 420 beds, whether it means not lot M or someplace different, and how that gets funded. Those are the questions that are decision points, which is where our analysis ends. These are the decision points at which we need you to make before we can move into the next step of putting together a plan or a package that goes to the city, the state, the county, asking either for funds or assistance, or soliciting a developer, or soliciting a partner to move forward with you. So that would be a next step. I don't want to give the impression that this analysis, this feasibility analysis, creates a plan that could go to the county or some other municipal authority that would help to fund a potential project.
It's certainly a great start, and I really appreciate the work you've done, and our staff, really. I think it's really tremendous. Perhaps Interim Superintendent Bynum, you can, is it possible to bring something back to us for consideration with the different options within the next couple of months?
I think we would have to take a look at what was presented tonight, get some more information from you all in terms of what you're thinking about the options. It sounds to me as if the options you're thinking about are financing options to make this particular plan work. One of the questions for you all would be, is this the plan that you would like to see? It's a recommendation. Is there any other kind of recommendation you would like to see rather than this right here? But I can talk with President Intuck and Vice President Chico and the rest of you about that and see what we can bring back to you and work with.
Well, why can't we decide now? Why can't we just gauge the board now? I mean, to me, this looks good. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but we've waited long enough. It's just, getting more and more impatient as years go by. But I think this is a great start. Let's start with that. I don't know what other...
If I may, I think there's
my colleagues.
a financial cost that the district really needs to take a look at very carefully down the line, and that how that would fit into the project budgets that we have in the short term and the long term. I think there's work to be done before a decision can be made, but that's my personal opinion about it.
Point of order for tonight, this is a discussion item. This is not an action item. So tonight's just for discussion.
Right. No, I get that. And that's a very valid point. I just want to gauge the appetite of the board, you know, as Luann's asking about it. Personally, I think we need to start somewhere. If you're thinking this isn't client ready, as far as the complete overview of the expenses to the district or how much we have in the budget, is that what I'm hearing you say, Luann, or am I missing your point? Then in that,
no, my point is that this is a large financial commitment from the district. And I think there needs to be some work done to analyze what the budgets would look like. If this is the model that you're talking about, and if you eventually decide this is what you want to go with, then we would have some work to do from a financial standpoint, even given the options that you're talking about and trying to find other financing funding sources. There's work to be done, I believe, for you to be able to have more information to make a judicious decision on this.
Okay, when can you get that work done and bring it back to the board?
I will have to have some discussion about it and see what it might be able to look like, perhaps a month or so.
Okay, that's good. That sounds good to me. But just out of curiosity, with other board members, what are your thoughts on this model?
I'm gonna go to Vice President Chico now. We're a little bit over schedule for the next part of the session, and this is not a action item to take votes or straw polls. So let's, Vice President Chico.
Great, thank you so much. I'll make this quick. It's more for clarification. I know that Measure H was talked about. Measure H is, if it's used, it has to be funding programs, not the building of a housing development. It cannot be used for that. The contribution to the village with Cerritos College, I think that was in support of programming for the next 3 years, to provide services there for the next 3 years. So, and the village is dedicated just for homeless students, and that's why the funding was there. So we have to be very, very careful. So I know, Superintendent President, it is going to take a lot of time because there are a lot of different requirements and guidelines for the different types of funding that is available out there. I don't want to rush this. I think this is something that's very important. It's necessary, but particularly in an economic downturn, we have to be fiscally prudent, and I agree with Superintendent President that we need to be a little bit more measured and look at all the funding. There's so many different requirements, you know that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. At this time, I want to say thank you to Kim, Olivia, Matt. Appreciate the presentation. We look forward to the written final work product coming back after review, and really thank you for your thorough evaluation and presentation you gave us today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Great. Next, we're going to move into agenda item 2.1, orientation, team building, session 1 of 2 board retreat. Dr. Bernie Luskin is with us tonight and will be facilitating this portion of the meeting. We're going to try to keep it to an hour and a half or so, but this is an opportunity for us to welcome Vice President Chico, review some of our key items, board goals and self-assessment. But at the beginning here, we're going to have the 4 vice presidents go for kind of 5 to 8 minutes to talk about their area in teams within the campus. We're going to defer our Brown Act portion until the 21st. Dr. Luskin will go over the board self-assessment from last year, the findings, and how do we implement those. And then we'll do some team building and prepare for the next session on January 21st. So at this point, in terms of Superintendent Bynum, do you want to have the vice presidents do their overview, their presentations?
Yes, if I may, what I'd like to do, we have all four of them. They're prepared to be succinct and trying to give you as much information as possible without drilling down and confusing the purpose of trying to have a general orientation of the different areas and the responsibilities and the functional area oversight. If you could put up the first slide for me, please, that shows the organizational chart. Okay, please, next slide. So just to give you some context, these are my direct reports. You see the vice presidents there. You also see I have a direct report for the executive director of public affairs and marketing, for the dean of institutional effectiveness, director of superintendent president. And tonight, what we're going to do is focus on the vice president areas. I do think it would be good to have Dr. von Molkenberg come in at some point. And perhaps we can do this at the next retreat, just to give you a sense of what she does in her area. She oversees institutional effectiveness. Of course, it's data management, data mining, and grants, as well as accreditation liaison and moving that process forward for the school and planning for the institution. So those are important items for us. But I just wanted to show you how it starts from the president on down. And then I'm going to turn it over right now to Dr. Scott, and she will talk about academic affairs.
Thank you very much, Interim Superintendent President Bynum. May we move to the next slide, please? Okay, this is the org chart for academic affairs.
I'm sorry, I'm having a real hard time here.
I can't hear either.
Kathy, your voice is
I just moved
really-
up my volume. Is that better?
Yeah, a little more if you can.
Sure. Okay, is that better?
Still a little low. Can you move it up more?
Gosh, normally I don't have this.
Sorry, I know.
You just have to
If you
move
ask me
closer.
questions, I may get blown out of my chair.
Okay, that's better.
Okay, I'll try to speak more loudly. Okay.
Do you have any paper covering do you have paper anywhere? Because sometimes paper covering the mic makes you muted.
I don't even know where the mic is. I have a brand new computer and I don't have anything covering anything. So
I can hear you better now.
There it goes.
Whatever it was that you did moving around, we can really hear you now.
Just stay close.
Great. I'm going to turn you guys down because otherwise I'm going to be blown out of my seat. Okay. All right. Good evening. And I appreciate the opportunity to present to you. All right. This is the org chart for academic affairs. And you can see on the right, we have the two executive assistants, Kimberly Kasuga and Vicki Lurch, very helpful to me. And I'll try to go through this quickly, but there's kind of a lot of information. In the center there, you'll see the 5 academic schools. So you've got firstly, the School of Language Arts and Communication that's run by Interim Dean Dr. Mina Singhal. Then the Dean of Social Sciences and Arts, which is Dr. Lisa Orr. And the School of CTE, which is overseen by Jean Carbonaro, and the Associate Dean, Anthony Pagan, there on the right. And then just one down, the School of Health Sciences, Kinesiology, Library, and Learning Resources, overseen by Paul Creason. And then finally, the 5th area is the School of Science and Math, overseen by Moises Gutierrez, who's currently interim. And then if you go to the next area, sort of to the center there, we have the Dean of Academic Affairs, which is Kenna Hillman, and she's interim. And to the left of her, and that is also a direct report, is Brent Gilmore, who oversees academic affairs from the scheduling side. That really should be academic services. And further down, we have Hussam Kashu, who oversees our online learning and educational technology area. And just under that, Melissa Infacino, who's the Director of Workforce Development. And she has, reporting to her, Dana Freeze, a manager for workforce development training. And then finally, we have a vacant position, the Associate Vice President at PCC. And that there was an interim in there. Dr. Creason was in there for a while, and it's been interim. And we don't anticipate filling it until we're back on campus. And that's just a brief overview of the area. Next slide, please. Okay, in terms of the budget for academic affairs, overall, it's quite large, about $95 million. 79 million is in the unrestricted general fund, and about 15 million is restricted funds. If you look to the left, that left-hand column, the unrestricted general funds, this funds the academic schools, including the faculty, the classified staff, and the administrators. And again, we have about 1,000 faculty, about 320 full-time, about 700, give or take, any given semester adjuncts. Also academic services, online education, the Academic Senate, which includes, of course, our curriculum and the funding for our various curriculum subcommittees. For Fund 1300, which is our adjunct and full-time overload line. And that is, our full-time faculty are contract employees, and so that's just a stable number. But that 18 million is what we work with when we're trying to manage our budget. To the right of there, the restricted funds are guided pathways, about 230,000 per year. At this point, it had been higher. It was a 5-year program. Strong workforce, we get about 1.2 million for local projects and another approximately 600,000 for regional projects. We have a Title V Destino grant, about 600,000 per year. We get about 851,000 from Perkins each year. And that goes again for CTE programs, equipment, that type of thing. Another 1.2 million for adult education. And then workforce development is mostly funded through restricted funds, different grants, contract ed. They're also funded through adult ed, strong workforce, and Destino. And that's it for that slide. Okay, next one. Academic affairs. And before I mention this, can I just go back just briefly to the first slide, the org chart? I forgot to mention something that's actually critical. I'm the executive vice president, and that means that in addition to overseeing my own area, I fill in for the president whenever he or she is away, at conferences, on vacation, or at times when we may not have had a president, as happened relatively recently. I helped to establish the COVID work group in early March when we were between presidents, in which I still lead. And I oversaw that when we made the move to online instruction in early March. I chair the pre-cabinet meeting with the vice presidents, and I have always attended events and spoken for the superintendent president when that person was not able to attend. There were more of those, obviously, when we were in a face-to-face world, but I still do it from time to time. And I remember seeing Vice President Chico at one of those events that I spoke at, and I think she may remember that. Okay, if we could go a couple slides further there. Okay, thank you. All right, academic affairs, the recent accomplishments. I don't want to go into this as there's a lot of detail, but we've fully trained the faculty to teach online. And a lot of other colleges, they did kind of a stopgap measure to give them a small amount of training just to get by. Our faculty are fully trained. Also, our courses are fully approved for online instruction, not a stopgap measure. And this is thanks to the Academic Senate and the Curriculum Committee and all the work they did. We've had 225 on-campus essential labs. These are the face-to-face labs with full safety protocols. We've become one of the CVC, which is California Virtual College Online Education Initiative, consortium colleges. And that's aligned to help us have better quality with our online instruction and finish faster. We're on that course exchange where students from other colleges can take our courses. We've trained 6,700 students for online education through Quest modules. This is to help them learn how to be online education students. We have online tutoring, online library services. We're continuing to expand our OER. We've increased the savings there, about 33,000 so far this year, and we have a total of about 700,000 in savings and 137 distinct courses for OER. We, of course, have our cultural curriculum audit. We just are finishing this week our winter session, after which we'll have 170 trained faculty. We've made 3 statewide presentations, and we've presented to 6 other colleges. We've had a huge increase again in new programs, new ADTs, new CTE programs. So 14 new programs, 23 modified programs, 28 new courses, 67 modified courses. English, math, and ESL are all now compliant with AB 705, which is the measure that was passed to ensure that our students get through basic skills. We basically are just putting them straight into college level courses at this point with extra support. We have 24 community partners in adult ed and a North Long Beach presence that we're continuing to grow, which would be easier to grow if we were not online. Guided Pathways efforts and continue grants. We have Destino, which is an overall $3 million grant, online CTE grant for $500,000, various workforce grants, including Apostle at $650,000. And I have to say, our biggest accomplishment is the collaboration we have with our constituency groups, with student services, admin and business services, and HR. I feel very strongly about the relationship we have with the Academic Senate, the Faculty Association, the Classified Senate, the Classified Union, and frankly, everyone. I mean, they've been great, and we really appreciate that. Next and final slide. Initiatives going forward. We're going to continue, of course, with the cultural curriculum audit, and the goal of that is to lower that equity gap that we've got in our classes that is so significant. Other equity initiatives, and I won't go into all of them here, but they're data-driven, looking at what we can do in math and science and some areas that are particularly difficult. Continuing with Guided Pathways, our roadmaps, all the work we're doing there. Workforce development, it continues to collaborate with student services and the career counseling. Academic services, we have complete transitions right now that will be happening in spring. Scheduling software completely redone, curriculum software, a complete transition of all the work we have in curriculum to a new system, and our catalog will be in a new system as well. Continued support for online instruction continue to be important goals for us, and you can see what we've listed there. We have a new enrollment management plan that will replace the version we had from 2017 to 2020. We hope to bring that to the board in February or March, and continued collaboration with all areas of the college that make all of this possible. Okay, and I will turn it over at this point to the next person. I think that's, I guess, Marlene.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to share with you what my team does. A lot of what we do, the most of what we do is to operationally support the rest of the college. For that reason, sometimes people are not always aware of the depth of the team that I have the honor of leading. I have 6 direct supports, including my executive assistant, Shonda Jones. First, we have fiscal services headed by John Thompson. Fiscal services includes accounting, budgeting, payroll, which in itself includes a lot, including grant management. And as you can imagine, that's quite a big project. Bob Raposa is Director of Business Support Services, a very wide-ranging division, which includes procurement and contracts, as well as parking, environmental health, campus safety, risk management, workers' comp. Walter Johnson is our Senior Director of Facilities Planning, Construction, and Operations. Obviously, that includes our bond management team. It includes custodial, facilities maintenance, groundskeeping, as well as our district fleet management. Pat Nye is Chief Operations Officer of Economic Development. This contains our SBDC management, which is not just the Small Business Development Center in Long Beach, but Pat is actually the manager of the regional SBDC program, which covers the entire Southern California region. So we receive funding directly from the federal government to manage that. And with that program, we have the honor of directing several other community colleges, SBDCs, that also contains the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses program. Sylvia Lynch is our Chief Information Systems Officer. And as you're aware, IITS serves both hardware and software for all areas of the district. So whether we're providing technology to students, faculty, or staff, that is IITS. And then Erin Murphy is the director of our special projects, and she coordinates several projects across the board, including the student housing feasibility you just heard, as well as being a critical component in our COVID-19 planning. Next slide, please. Our budget total for most administrative and business services is about $48 million from both the unrestricted and restricted general fund. What that does not include are specific funds. So for instance, our parking fund, which is supported from parking fees, pays for the parking staff. Or we have a separate veteran stadium fund out of the revenues from swap meet operations that pays quite a few salaries that are related to those operations. So we have some self-sufficient funding, but the 48 million is from the general fund. We separated out economic development because the funds for that division are really unique. I mentioned the small business development program, as well as the Goldman Sachs program. So they're very unique funding, and they serve small businesses in the community looking outward rather than inward. Next slide, please. I've termed most of our recent accomplishments in the related to COVID-19 because really that's driven a lot of what we've done. But what I really want to share is a lot of those accomplishments will have long-lasting impact on the district. They're not just helpful during COVID-19, but we'll feel the impact of those for a long time. My task force was an operational task force. So when we looked at how do we do on-campus contact tracing and reporting in a way that's consistent with recent legislation and with workers' compensation? How do we ensure that our cleaning and sanitation protocols are in alignment with the CDC protocols? And how do we communicate that with the health department? How do we determine what the maximum capacity are for our essential labs? By looking at our plans and creating those 6-foot physical distancing and determining the maximum capacity. Very specific operational tasks. We also had the pleasure of really looking at the provision of technology. So acquiring, buying those many laptops, getting the hotspots, getting all that equipment that went to benefit both students, faculty, and staff. Implementing systems. We've implemented so many systems to support both student services as well as academic affairs, to help remote instruction, to help access to instruction, to help those workers working remotely that IITS has been able to implement and support in partnership with all those other areas, many systems. And then partnering with the city of Long Beach for their vaccination clinics and their testing clinics. We've been very proud to be partners with the city in the effort to fight the pandemic. And I don't want to forget to mention the incredible SBD services offered to small businesses throughout the region. They themselves received millions of dollars from the CARES Act and have been working hard to ensure that local businesses were able to receive those loans to get them through, able to access additional financing, able to make business plans to reconfigure. And that's been an incredible benefit to small businesses to help keep the local economy running. Next slide, please. So as we look forward, we have several major initiatives. And the unstated one here is to do what we always do, and that's to support the initiatives for the other areas, to support the colleges moving forward. But in addition to that, our primary focus is on fiscal solvency and budget development to make sure that our college remains fiscally strong and able to respond to the challenges that it faces. We're looking very closely at PeopleSoft data management. Managing our data means that we can better implement systems and be more effective. Continued systems implementation to support the efforts across the college. Continuing with the provision of technology. That includes both the procurement of technology as well as making sure it's the right technology. Continuing with facilities and operations planning. We're building wonderful new buildings, and we want to make sure that our maintenance schedules are in place, that we are doing the right thing to make sure that these buildings serve our students for generations to come. Our bond management program is critical to ensure that our community's investment in us of over $1 billion is paid back to them in a fiscally responsible way with buildings that we need. We're looking at our contracts management. We've already updated the language, but it's important to us to continue to effectively manage our contracts to make sure that the contracts we have serve our needs and that they protect our district. To continue to evaluate our campus safety and security from all aspects. So not just from the decisions that we're embarking on about how we police our campuses, but to make sure that our systems and our buildings are able to be secured and to implement systems that help with that security, as well as continued economic development. And that just is a little bit touch of what administrative and business services does. Obviously, we all do a lot more than what we can describe to you in 5 minutes, but I thank you for the opportunity to share. And I'll hand it over to the next VP.
Perfect. Thank you and good evening. Human resources, everyone's favorite topic. I have 3 direct reports. First is the Executive Assistant, Susan Salazar, who's quite exceptional. In addition, if you're not aware, HR is really broken down into 2 sort of houses, even though we work quite cross-functionally. The Associate Vice President of HR, Kristen Olson, is primarily over academic employees, so that would be faculty and academic administrators. In addition, she's the district CEO officer and 504 compliance. My other direct report is the Executive Director of Classified Personnel. Currently, that is being filled by Jennifer Ramos on an interim basis. She also acts as director to the Personnel Commission, which is essentially secretary to the Personnel Commission. In addition, there's 12 other staff members, which are listed here, and we'll go to the next. So total budget is about 3.7 million, and really the majority of it is in unrestricted funds. We have a little bit of restricted funds, mostly from our EEO efforts and that kind of thing. I broke it down here between salaries and benefits and some of the operational service and professional buckets. We'll move to the next. Recent accomplishments. I will share you, between this slide and the next, there are really 2 things and 2 themes that I'm probably the most proud of. One of them is, since coming onto the role, is trying to infuse diversity, equity, and inclusion, and in particular, implicit bias training components into all the professional development and all the seminars that we've done. One of the other big initiatives that I've been taking on since starting the role is to modernize and digitize our HR processes. And that's moving things to online modules that we already own. That actually served us well as we transitioned to remote because it made the move quite seamless. In HR, we're also, there's collective bargaining, labor relations, and to echo Kathy's comment, I'm really quite grateful for the very cooperative and trusting relationships that we have with our constituency groups, and in particular, the bargaining units. They are our partners. They are definitely my partners, and I look at them that way. And without going through all of this, I think you can see, again, the themes of diversity and inclusion, as well as updating, modernizing, and digitizing HR processes. Let's go to the next slide. So one of the other things that we're going to start on is a new professional development module, which is going to be the LBCC leadership journey. One of the first components of that is implicit bias training. There will also be a component of microaggressions, components of working with difficult people, giving and receiving feedback, and ultimately coaching and support, but ultimately wrapping it up with helping everyone to understand that it's really in leading through service and serving others that we all succeed, including ourselves. The other big thing that we're working on right now that Jennifer Ramos is heading is our classification study. As you may be aware, it's something that we've been working on for a while. We anticipate it wrapping up shortly. It's been a huge effort. I want to thank Jennifer for taking it on. It's gone really well, and the feedback that we're getting back from our consultations with employees in the bargaining units where we are so far has been quite positive. And in an effort of time, I will leave it there. I believe Dr. Munoz.
Yes, thank you, Jean. Good evening, everyone. I have the great privilege of providing an overview of student services. I'm going to begin with the organizational chart. My assistant, Lauren Zale, I actually have 6 direct reports. So starting with my executive assistant, Lauren Zale, and then moving down to our dean areas. So our Dean of Enrollment Services is Yvonne Gutierrez Sandoval. And within enrollment services, we have multiple departments that comprise enrollment services. Some of those departments would be admissions and records, which is inclusive of our registrar, financial aid, scholarship, veteran service center, international students. In our area of Dean of Counseling and Student Support Services, we have it's led by our Dean, Dr. Noel Corral. And within Counseling and Student Support Services, we have our general counselors. We have as well CalWorks. We have some of our specialized programs like Honors and Puente and Umoja. We have the Transfer Center. We have the Career Center. And so those are some examples of the departments that you would see within that cluster of counseling. We also have our Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Alicia Kirkwood, who oversees areas such as student life, which is inclusive of the Associate Student Body and the ICC. She also oversees student conduct, helps supports Title IX, also our health center, as well as psychological services. And so that is some of the areas that you would see within the portfolio for Dr. Kirkwood. In the area of student equity, we have our interim dean of student equity, Sonia De La Torre. And some programs that you would see within that cluster are our Welcome Center, matriculation services, dual enrollment, our student equity office, so as well as our trio support programs, Upward Bound. And then lastly, kind of rounding us out is our athletic area and our athletic director, Dr. Bill Husak, who oversees our athletic department, as well as our directors of operations for football, track and field, it's cross country, as well as men's and women's basketball. And so when we look at the organizational structure within student services, we have over 250 employees that are within the student services portfolio that are range from administrators to faculty. Our counselors are faculty members on our campus, as well as classified staff, and as well as a very large amount of student workers as well. If we can go to the next slide. So looking at our adopted budget, what I think you would note that's a little different in student services in comparison to some of the other areas is that the majority of the budget within student services comes from the restricted fund. So our unrestricted general fund is about 16.9 million, and that's in large part salaries. Many of our counselors, a lot of our staff from some of the different departments that I just mentioned would fall into that unrestricted general fund. Our restricted general fund is at about 21.7 million. And I listed some of the key programs that we think of in terms of our large categorical programs that as trustees, you're probably familiar with. Our Student Equity and Achievement Program, we are looking at about 7.1 million. EOP&S, we have one of the largest EOP&S programs in the state of California at 1.3 million. That should actually say DSPS, excuse me, there's a typo. That's at about 1.9 million. And again, we have one of the larger DSPS programs in the state of California as well. Our CalWorks budget is rather healthy as well for our CalWorks program at about 654,000. A newer categorical funding program, the California Promise AB19, we are at 2.5 million. And then BFAP, which helps support and supplement some of our financial aid support for our students, is at 861,000. So this gives you a nice overview for a grand total of about 38.6 million. So this is the budgets that we're looking at within student services. And so again, just to kind of reiterate, we have our unrestricted general fund, and then we have our restricted general fund. And so for that 38.6 million total. Can we go to the next slide, please? So there's a lot to be proud of within student services. As you know, the pandemic has really hit our students very hard. And I feel really compelled to highlight such great work that's been happening because despite the pandemic, despite the racial injustices that we've been seeing, the heaviness that I think all of the faculty, the counseling faculty and staff, we've all been just experiencing, we see tremendous outcomes. So one of the first accomplishments I'm proud to share is that we were recently awarded a California Community Foundation grant in partnership with the LBCC Foundation to provide additional supports to our students who are experiencing basic needs. Challenges with meeting basic needs, excuse me. And so one of the things we were able to do is we mailed out postcards to all 24,000 students, letting them know about our basic needs services. So we wanted to really make sure that our students were all informed. And so we sent out a postcard mailer to all students. In addition, we were able to purchase 6 commercial-sized refrigerators that we'll be able to use beyond the time of the pandemic to really help provide students access to perishable foods, which had been a barrier prior to us being able to purchase those refrigerators. As well as we purchased $250,000 worth of grocery gift cards that were distributed to over 1,200 students in December to help our students with food assistance during the time of intercession, because we're not providing the grab and go grocery distribution during intercession. And so to really offset the impact of not being able to provide that services while we're closed for the holiday season, we provided that additional support with those gift cards. Looking at this semester, we served over 1,800 students in our grab and go grocery distribution. We increased our mental health supports and wellness workshops with an explicit focus on anti-Blackness and at supporting our students who've been experiencing the impact of anti-Blackness. And so we've also were awarded the ACE Award, and this is for our work in financial aid. And this was only awarded to 12 California community colleges. As you remember, for several years, we had some serious challenges in financial aid, some serious audit findings. And so I'm proud to note that we've had 2 consecutive years with no audit findings in financial aid, which was not the case when I first arrived. And so we've been very successful in kind of increasing the number of Pels awards as well as DREAM Act applications. And so we're really proud of that work, and that work has been recognized statewide. We were able to secure and distribute $53,000 to 126 students in disaster relief for DREAM Act students. So recognizing that the CARES Act left out our dreamers, we work very diligently to make sure that we think about our dreamers and how we can support them in this time. In terms of CARES Act, we distributed this past semester over $1.8 million to 3,790 students in terms of CARES Act grants. We distributed over $17.3 million to over 8,000 students in our Pell Grants. And I want to pause for a minute because that is really significant. So even my cat thinks it's significant. It's very significant because one is that in the midst of a pandemic, to be able to really increase our capacity around financial aid is key in meeting students' needs, but also the CARES Act dollars that we receive from the federal government is tied to our Pell numbers. And so because we were able to receive such a large CARES Act allocation compared to other community colleges, because we did such a good job of increasing our Pell numbers. We've increased the numbers of students in our first year experience program, so from 2,700 to 5,000 this fall. So despite the pandemic, we worked really hard to develop virtual programming to really help onboard our students and help them be successful. We processed over 8,400 emergency aid student applications. And just to let you know, we embedded our application within PeopleSoft. So we leveraged the technology. So instead of doing like a PDF form or an online web form, we embedded the emergency aid application in PeopleSoft so that we can do much of that verification that didn't require human verification, which allowed us to serve more students and scale up and disperse money in a much more efficient way. In terms of loan technology for fall 2020, we've distributed 691 Chromebooks, 255 hotspots, and 39 Dells. We've also increased the number of transcripts evaluated, which is key in doing kind of data and unit analysis to focus on completion, as well as we've increased the number of students in counseling for fall 2020 General counselors served 14,410 students compared to 11,000 students the previous year. So despite the pandemic, we actually have been more efficient and reached more students. And so my hat's off to our general counselors, not just our general counselors, all our counselors, because yes, you can imagine delivering counseling services remotely from home. It weighs on the body. It's difficult to be, looking at Zoom all day, but they show up, they're present, and they're serving our students in record numbers. And then lastly, I thought this was also very important to acknowledge and recognize is that we've increased the number of scholarship applications to 988. So we more than doubled from the previous year. So we've been working very hard within student services to be data-driven, outcome-driven, and student-centered and equity-focused. And I think we see that in our results. Moving forward to the major initiatives, I know that I'm kind of running late on time here, and so I want to be mindful of this. So I'm just going to highlight a few that you might see up here. Some of the things that I think I'm really proud of in terms of the new major initiatives. We are continuing to explore technologies that will help our students remotely. So we're looking at implementing different technologies like some artificial intelligent technologies that will help with some quick chats with students and get students out of the line so they don't have to wait in lines to ask some very basic questions. We're also having a strong focus on completion efforts through case management. We've been doing data mining and identifying students who are between 45 and 60 units and 60 plus units and case loading them and working with them intensely to get them across completion and the finish line. And you see that, and we've been using those strategies for the last 2 years, and that in part has really explains the large increases that we've had around completion. So again, these are some of the major initiatives, as you can see, that we're engaging in, and we are really proud of our results. And I think that kind of wraps us up for student services. Lots of information.
Thank you so much. And I believe Vice President Chicos had a chance to meet with everybody individually or is planning to schedule.
Yes, Marlene and I, though, we got cut short because I was pulled into a meeting. So it was nice to actually see, her report. And I know facilities are under your purview. And so I want to thank you because when we were looking for a place, the county, the supervisor's office was looking for a place to hold a food distribution event. I really wanted PCC, and I went through Trustee Malauulu, and staff there was just amazing. It was just really wonderful. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, that is the.
Also add really quickly, I'm sorry, Mike, everybody's presentation was incredible. Thank you so much. But Mike, I'm very impressed with the way that you've turned things around over the last couple of years. It's very, very impressive. I was wondering though, in terms of the technology distribution, are we working with nonprofits like Human IT? I believe the school district is working with them. Or are we doing things like that?
Yes, so we were able to work with Human IT, and we actually did a very special laptop distribution in North Long Beach at the Michelle Obama Library. Board President Intuck was instrumental in securing that relationship, and we were able to distribute over 100 laptops at the Michelle Obama Library to our Long Beach College Promise students at the start of the semester, as well as we were able to work with the foundation to secure an additional a round of laptops, and I shouldn't say laptops, Chromebooks, as well as the mouse and the bag and everything that students need to be successful, because it's not just giving them a Chromebook, it's making sure that they can keep their Chromebook safe and have it last as long as possible. And so we have been working on building those partnerships. Sorry, my cat.
Your cat agrees again. I love it.
She's loving everything I'm saying.
Speaking that language, I know that language.
That was two meows. All right. Well, I think we had a warp speed presentation. I thought that was a great overview myself, and I hope we can get copies of the PDFs of the presentations uploaded in board docs for future reference. Yeah, Trustee Malauulu, have your hand up.
Yes, I just would like to say thank you for the presentations as well. I learned a couple of things. It doesn't matter how long you think you may have been on the board. It's always nice to have a refresher course. The one thing that, I don't like, but I know that it's temporary, is some of our interims who are working so hard and who are doing such a great job, just really keeping everybody afloat, especially right now during COVID times. I would just hope that we can fill those positions with permanent leaders. Hopefully some of them will be the ones that are in the interim positions now. But I just want to make sure that we acknowledge their hard work and let them know how grateful we are. And everybody else, all the different staff members. No one likes to see a lot of employee turnover. Nobody likes to see that. We all want to have stability, and we all want to have people in place for a long time that can offer that great institutional knowledge and that security. So hopefully we can get to that place again very soon. And I think that we have the right team in place. So thank you for that. And I learned some things with that refresher. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go to Dr. Luskin. I know he has some presentations for us, and appreciate his patience and look forward to the next step. So thank you all the VPs for your presentations. Dr. Luskin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me just kind of make a couple of comments as we get in here. I've spent a lot of time, not so much putting this survey results together, but in positioning. We're all trapped in the Zoomiverse bubble together. And I don't claim to be a world authority in Zoomerisms. So I think Trustee Baxter, President Nimtuk, and we spent a lot of time, a couple of quite long conversations. I talked to the other board members as we approached the self-assessment in the beginning. I spoke with every board member, so everyone has had a lot of input. And I'm particularly glad this is an opportunity for me to just make a couple of positive comments as we get into this. I do think the presentation was very good on the part of the administrative staff. And people need to know what's going on here. This is a very complex institution. And sometimes some of the community colleges are not identified or recognized as being as complex as they really are. Long Beach City College and the Long Beach Community College District is a little bit unusual because it's a destination city. And so it tends to get a little more attention than some of the others. But Long Beach City College and the district is just as complicated as Cal State University Long Beach. And that, I think, was revealed in the presentation that the VPs gave. So I think that's important. 5 months ago or so, I was asked to participate with the board in doing the self-assessment that we're going to talk about now. And things are different now than they were 5 months ago. The results were put together, and it was decided, since a new trustee was coming aboard, we're going to be in a new year. At the time that I came aboard, President Bynum was just coming on board. So to give time for all of that to mature a little bit, it was decided to defer the meeting until now, which I think is absolutely a good decision, because things have changed a little since the original self-assessment was done, because people have had a chance to work on it. I think I can't resist complimenting President Bynum, because a lot has been done over the last months, and it shows. And Long Beach City College should be complimented on the ability to really follow through on what I call it a lift and shift. You lift it out of the classroom, you shift it online, and you've done really an extraordinary job. A better job than certainly K-12 has been just had a hard time doing this. Long Beach at least had online programs going before. And when you try to shift 2,000 to 3,000 sections with all of the people that you've got. It's very complicated. So that brings us to tonight. And President Bynum and I had a lot of discussion too, because some of you won't remember, some of you will remember. I was the Chief Operating Officer and the EVP of the American Association of Community Colleges in Washington, D.C. So we oversaw all of the 1,100 community colleges, and the president at that time was Dale Parnell. Some of you will remember. I see Ginny shaking her head and some of the others, but he used to say, we used to fly around, Jerry too. We used to fly around all over the place. And he used to always say, the cows won't stay milked, because it's a never ending process. The turnover, new positions, interim positions, permanent positions, changes, periods of time, new developments, they all keep the environment in a state of evolution. So that's where we are now. And we're going to take a look at the results of the self-study and try to make the connection between the self-study and the Board of Trustees, and the connection between the Board of Trustees and the CEO, because they only have one employee, that happens to be Luann Bynum, and the college. And this all has to happen through the strategic plan. So it's very important that all of these things be integrated together. And team building is hard. I mean, the use of the term retreat for this event, this in the Zoom bubble, is kind of it's a word that needs a redefinition. I was going to try to suggest a new word, but I don't have one. So this is as good as we can get now in Zoom. And we get started here by my really complimenting the board, because you really run a good meeting. Dario does an outstanding job. I think President Entek and everybody who's run these meetings, when President Malauulu was there, your experience in these kinds of meetings shows, both in doing it at Long Beach and participating in other places, because it's no small task to make these things effective. So we start with this. And the reason I gave you such a preface is this is a self-assessment. For purposes of accreditation, you've fulfilled the requirement, but part of it is the board evaluated itself months ago. And I want to walk through the results of the evaluation so that we can then go to the board members having their own discussion about where do we go from here and what do we do. So Dario, well, let me look at this first. Let me back up that one slide. The self-assessment for Vice President Chico it's 100% of the board members participated. It's individuals' views of the performance of the college. It's not my view. I just put it together, prepared the results. We've shared them once. This is the discussion. So Dario, move to the first slide. And I'll just go through this quickly. There were a number of other questions. I only extracted the responses that deal with the college as a whole, the board as a whole. They're individual responses, but they're separate. So board member self-assessment in understanding the budget, that's kind of interesting, because the conclusion of the self-assessment was that board members felt that they generally understand the general funding formula. However, parts of the budget are still unclear. And I'm just dropping that out for Marlene and Luann to say, I think it's a conversation to be had later, but I think there was some concern with understanding the budget. The president, superintendent in managing COVID-19 panic, at the time we did the study, and this in terms of what's going on it's a number one priority in everybody's life. I mean, the bubble won't go away until we get a hold of the monster. So the board members at that time, I think, were comfortable that they were responding in a positively at an acceptable level to the, at that time, the unprecedented challenge. It's still here. You want to discuss it again, because I think you would be remiss if we got through this priority discussion and didn't address COVID-19, which is an elephant in all of our lives. Next slide, Daria. Working collaboratively to achieve board's goals, the consensus of the board seriously was that it was doing less than a satisfactory job in focusing on the specific board goals and in focusing on them regularly and in a satisfactory way. So the board goals are on the agenda tonight to take a look at, you know, and it's the connection between the strategic plan, the board goals, the administrative staff, the mission of the colleges, and the work of the trustees that we're trying to help come together in a conversation like this. This particularly happens to be a discussion with the Board of Trustees, but the administrators need to discuss this in their separate administrative meetings. The Academic Senate and the Senates need to talk about it, and everybody needs to connect, because everything kind of synthesizes itself in the goals of the board and the strategic plan of the district. So it's very important. Working through the president and superintendent, the board reported at that time that it was performing in a less than satisfactory way in communicating and working with and through the president and superintendent. It just wasn't satisfactory. Now, this is 5 months ago. There've been a lot of water over the dam since then. It's been reinforced a number of times that the president is the single employee of the Board of Trustees. And, you know, that's very important, because the job of the president is to identify, formulate, and make recommendations to the board. The board reviews the policy recommendations and adopts them. They go right back to the president, whose job it is to implement them. So everyone else reports to President Bynum. And so it's very important to protect the integrity of that relationship. And I say that because the self-assessment of the board at that time was that it was less than satisfactory. Dario, move ahead. Understand the various constituencies. Now, the board itself, and I'm absolving myself of responsibility, self-reported that it was not doing a satisfactory job in relating to the Long Beach City College constituencies. Now, constituencies can be defined. You know, I mean, it's the community, it's the faculty, it's every subgroup. And when I was chancellor, I sit out there sometimes at a board meeting when we actually could physically get together, and I'd count the self-interest groups, everybody needing something, and I could get as high as 50 sometimes in the meeting. So it's pretty ominous to deal with all of the different interests you have to deal with. But it's very important that you work continuously in doing a satisfactory job. The trustees are appropriately and effectively engaged in the community. Interestingly, the board members all felt that they were doing an effective job in representing the college in meetings and fundraising activities. So the external connection in the community is actually felt to be quite good by the board members. So you may want to address that, but that's an interesting conclusion, considering that the internal was considered a little weak. Moving right ahead. Being focused on the board's published goals, that's on the agenda tonight. The board goals were developed in 2018. The board, I asked this question in a couple of ways, and generally for item 18 in the assessment, felt that it was doing a satisfactory job in maintaining focus on the board goals. So that was a positive, but I asked it another way and it came out negative. So the board goals need attention. They haven't been revised since 2018. This is an appropriate time. It's a new year, a new year, so it'll come up. The community perception of the effectiveness and professionalism of the board. There is consciousness among the entire board that the community perception of the board performance is poor and unsatisfactory. Now, this is a self-contradiction. There were a couple of trick questions in there, but in one case, the board felt that they were doing a satisfactory job within the community, and then on another item, they agreed that their performance wasn't satisfactory. So, and probably, you know, the truth is maybe somewhere in between, a little all one or another, but the thought in the way the question was phrased was a little different, but it's an item on the agenda, you know, because the relationship to the community's perception of the board, again, is very important. Moving right ahead. And number 20, the board's self-assessment of its own performance. And the conclusion, there was unanimous agreement by every board member that the board's overall performance was poor to unsatisfactory. Now, again, I tell you, this was 5 months ago. So, and you've had a new president since then and a lot of work, but you can address this as you discuss the items. And I chose not to take these items one at a time. I chose to take them as a whole because the discussion is a discussion of the board as a whole. You know, we're in a new year. The board has revitalized itself with a new member. Everybody's got more experience. The officers have shifted. The interim president has had time to work with the staff. And my own personal observation of the way things are going is that they're actually going pretty well. And I personally compliment Kathy and all of the senior administrative staff, because there's no question that Long Beach City College is running well among all of the colleges that are running in California. You made the lift and shift because it's nothing is going to be a new environment in the future. It's going to be what it is. So we'll get there. So why don't we do this? Lift the board goals up, Dario, if you can bring them up in the next. Oh, go to the next slide, because I did have some recommendations. The recommendations, these were my recommendations at the end here, and then we'll go to the board goals, is there's a need for the Board of Trustee members to work effectively together. That's kind of an obvious conclusion, but to identify, plan, and participate in team building activities. You've done that tonight. You had the faculty members here. Each of the board members has spoken. The one thing about the Zoom is it brings everybody together as a group here. And I think there is a working relationship that is on the table here. The second recommendation was to discuss the responsibility of each board member to work with and through the superintendent president as the only employee of the board of trustees. I'm emphasizing that because you can't help but emphasize it. Was brought up a couple of times tonight. It's only the board members that can respect that process. If you do that and you have a good relationship with your CEO, everything runs. I just tell you from personal experience, life's a lot better. And number 3, the need to consider the need for each board member to be active with the California Community College League Trustee League to develop wider contact and know your fellow trustees up and down the state and around the country and in other districts, just because it's quite a formidable network. I know some of you have participated quite actively. Others have participated less. The CCLC does have a board certification program. I was chancellor in Ventura. When we did that, the board decided to all pull together and everybody completed. It turned out to be very positive. So I'm just saying that as information. So with all this said, with the time remaining, and I just went through these things, maybe we could let each board member in turn take 3 or 4 minutes and respond to the self-study, where you think we are, where you think we should do, and so forth. And then, Dario, would you put the board goals up? Dario went someplace. Oh, there you are. The next slide, which should have been the board goals that you have listed. Okay, we can look at this the way the discussion was. I'm going to back up just a little bit because we'll take this off. There won't be time to talk about the board goals tonight, I think. I mean, this is a big discussion and separate from a response to the self-study. So let's take this down for now, Dario. And we'll close with it and give each board member a chance to just comment on the self-study and what you think and what you think about 2021. Maybe we can start with, you want to start, President Ntuk?
Sure. Thanks for the summary, and it's you know, this is one of the things we have to do every year for accreditation. So I'm already thinking, when are we going to do this again?
True.
Maybe we'll wait a couple months and get some time to work together as the new group here. But I still I think the findings were accurate. You know, it's we all think individually we're great, but then as a group, not so much. I think that is an accurate assessment overall as well. I think we've had a very difficult and turbulent time right before the pandemic started. I would say we've had a breakdown in board relations, breakdown in superintendent president board relations in the past. That, you know, lots of different reasons why. You know, some things that come to mind is, you know, a lot of meetings of losing order, decorum, interruptions, not respecting each other's input or making assumptions that in the past has made it very difficult, you know, to work collaboratively together. One thing I wrote down was, you know, there was this kind of unwritten rule of communications that I think had a really chilling effect that limited our ability to talk to each other or talk to people on campus. Is if you talk to someone on campus, that was somehow a violation, and you were telling them what to do if you just talked to them or you asked a question of when's the next event coming up. And it just led to this chasm where, you know, folks on campus didn't talk to us and we didn't talk to people on campus. And it just, you know, not having communication leads to misunderstandings or you know, I think contributed to some of the breakdown that occurred. So, but I think these are all achievable, of being more collaborative, you know, working together. I think not having a retreat, not having a chance for all of us to talk about what do we each want to get accomplished in the next couple of years has been a barrier that I think this process will help iron out and help us all understand where everybody is and their different perspectives.
We'll take the board members, and I didn't try to create any orders. So, Jenny, maybe you want to go next?
Sure, thank you. First of all, when I entered the survey, I gave mostly very positive answers because I'm a positive person. And so it was kind of surprising to me that when the results came out, they turned out more negative than I thought they would be. One thing I want to laud President Ntuk for is the raising the hand. I have to tell you, I never knew there was such a thing down at the bottom there. But I do think just in the meeting that we've had, I think that has really helped. You know, people being recognized, called on, all that kind of thing. And so I want to salute you for that. and maybe this is not the time to say it, but I'll say it anyway. My pet peeve is when we're told 2 minutes, people don't follow 2 minutes, and the board meetings go on, and you know, I'm retired. I'm not going anywhere. Tomorrow morning I have a meeting at 8:30, but I mean, I don't have to get up and go someplace and all that kind of stuff. But I think there's got to be something, and maybe Bernie, maybe you don't want me to say this, or Uduak, but we've got to do something to, even tonight's meeting was supposed to be from 5:30 to 8:30. It is now 9:40. You know, we got to do something to streamline the meetings. And I will admit that I did do a lot of talking on the homeless thing. But and I don't know how we do that. And, you know, I think right now the civility level is much higher, you know, and I salute everybody on the board for that. And, you know, I've liked to be known as the peacemaker and the person who wants to be positive and wants to spin things in a positive manner. And so I don't know if this is what you want me to say or not, but I've said it. So I'll be quiet now.
Who wants to go next? Trustee Zia?
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you for that presentation. I've thoroughly enjoyed my conversations with you and just gaining insight from some of the experience you have shared. I really agree with the conclusions you have and the statements made by my colleagues. I think it's very important for us to focus on the good and the positive, and we all have a common goal, and that's to serve our students. So I think we need to focus on the students more and come together on projects. You know, I do agree with Dr. Baxter on some of the pet peeves. I think there needs to be more exercise of parity by people who, the board chair who runs the meeting in providing everybody the opportunity and not giving more time to one board member versus the other. We're all equals. And I understand, Chair Intuk, you're fairly new and you're doing your best. So this is not a criticism against you.
Maybe, Sonny, you could call me president.
I'm still talking. This is an example of what I was talking about. You talk about decorum, and this is my case in point. You just interrupted me, and when I try to clarify, you muzzle discussion. And this is case in point. You just made my case in point, but that's fine. I think having said that, again, I didn't intend it to be a criticism, but I think it would be an opportunity for an enhancement in the way we proceed, that everybody gets equal opportunity. And you know, they don't get muzzled in the discussions. And I'm confident we can work together and better tomorrow for Long Beach City College. I also don't think it's appropriate for us as board members. There's a distinction between talking to staff and then directing staff, or coming across as directing staff. And you know, when I first started as a board member earlier on, 7 years ago, I was told by the administration at the time that I couldn't talk to staff, and it was so derogatory and so pejorative that they had to ask permission. I think it's just unacceptable. That is just not right. And I said I can talk to whoever I want, and I think every board member has the ability and the opportunity. And in fact, we should talk to the constituency groups. That's why I give my cell phone out to the members of public and to the members of staff, because I want to hear the intelligence on the ground from folks who don't necessarily have the power to share it, or they don't want to go through the chain of command in fear of reprisal. I think that's absolutely appropriate. I do think it's a distinction than just directing staff or trying to come across as that, even though that may not be the intention. But those are some of the touch points that I think we could do a better job. But overall, I think we all have the same goal in mind, and we can work together very well if we put our mind to it.
Trustee Malauulu?
Well, Trustee Baxter kind of said that we're already going late and talking long, so I'll keep my remarks brief. Dr. Luskin, you know how much I appreciate you and the guidance and leadership that you provide. I do wish that this meeting were exclusive for this subject matter because I feel like we've packed entirely too much information into a special meeting. I too was looking forward to a 3-hour meeting. I've not been feeling well lately, and I was kind of looking forward to an early night in bed simply because of my health. So I'm pushing through because I do think it's important. But I think in planning, we should have maybe had the other 2 presentations as one meeting and then this as a separate meeting because the discussion is important. And I think it's relevant. And I think that all of the trustees probably have a lot more to say than what we are allowing right now because of time. Now, having said all that, I will say that I do have some concerns about our board. And there are specific examples that I'd like to discuss, but it's already 9:44 p.m. And I know that we have a part 2 coming up. I'd like to reserve some of my thoughts for when we are a little bit more alert and a little bit more fresh. And maybe we can synthesize some of the findings here for the data that you just presented to us. And then we can come back with more tangible remarks at a later time, if that pleases the board.
Thank you. I think that was very insightful. Trustee Chico, you have no baggage, and so you get to make a comment on what you've been hearing.
Well, first, let's go to the self-evaluation. I think my very first meeting went really well, so I will self-evaluate and say thumbs up. I've had 1 meeting under my belt. But as someone who's new, but not really new, because I've been watching the board and I'm very connected to the community, I'm coming in as a community member, understanding and hearing the comments from the community. And so there are just a couple things because I know we're not going to spend a lot of time. First, I want to thank President Ntuk for pulling the Brown Act presentation, streamlining this because we would have been here for a very long time. And I think you did a very good job. Your experience running meetings is very evident. And so I appreciate your leadership. In terms of the, let's talk about like Jenny's pet peeve when we're talking about 2 minutes. The city, and I agree with you, and I think everybody does, about streamlining this meeting. So, you know, when we're getting, you know, constituency reports, then maybe they're limited. When our trustees provide comment, maybe those are limited. The Long Beach City Council has now limited the comments of city council members to 5 minutes. And then once everybody has commented, then you can queue up again for another 5 minutes, but you get 5 minutes. And if you can't get your point across in 5 minutes, then, you know, then we should be a little bit more prepared. And sometimes there isn't. Sometimes we need extensive conversation. But we should start looking at a standard. I'm also on the Gateway Cities COG. When we receive presentations, there's the 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to provide your presentation to the board. And so let's come up with a system of time, right? And maybe we can streamline. Also, I still don't know why the board does not hold 2 meetings a month and only has 1 meeting. My very first meeting, we adjourned at 12:57 in the morning. Welcome to Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. And I knew that because, you know, we've all read how long the meetings go and I've watched. But to be in that meeting, and by the way, Long Beach City Council has also put a time limit on that. And I don't believe they go past, I don't know if it's 10, 11, or 12, but there's a time limit because at some point you're just exhausted.
and you know, to make decisions fresh is something that we should be striving to do. So, I mean, those are some of my my comments. And then Trustee Zia, when she talked about focusing on students, I think that we really do have to reevaluate that. And that's looking at us too. When we're delivering our reports, what is it that we are saying that it is, what we're doing is for the college and for the students. If there isn't a connection, then, you know, we just have to be very selective about what we're doing and what we're promoting. And the focus needs to, in my opinion, go off the board a little bit more and back to the college and back to the students, because that's where it's priority. But also something that Trustee Zia said was the accessibility, right? And how important it is to be accessible. And I agree with her 100% because as elected officials, that is our job, is we need to have these relationships. We need to know what's going on. We don't have to direct staff. We don't have to, you know, there are guidelines, but being able to have that relationship and that accessibility, I think, makes us better trustees because we have everybody's perspective. I always say that my mentor always says, you know, if you and I agree on the same thing, then one of us is not necessary. And it's so true. I want to hear everybody's perspective. And sometimes that can be limiting. But maybe we look at the process, and maybe that's me as a bureaucrat working in government for 20 years, but look at the process and hold the process accountable and the people who are working within that process. So sometimes people make mistakes or don't know what to do because the process isn't solid, because the process isn't in place to allow for things to happen, whether it be reporting, whether it be just regular communication, any of those things. So those are my 2 cents. That's my observation. I hope that was okay.
That's good, 2 cents worth, and it's just timely. So far, so good, I think. What I think, because everybody has expressed fatigue and the lateness of the meeting, because we're going to continue it on the 21st. Let me turn it over to President Bynum for an epilogue, and then I'll make a comment and turn it back to President Ntuk as we close.
Okay, thank you, Bernie, and thank you to all the trustees for caring about this, because I can tell you care about it. I know this is important to President Ntuk and to all of you. And if we all don't come together as a group to be able to talk about some of the hard things that are going on and some of the contentious things that are going on without having team building and a spirit of committing to taking care of our students and our faculty and our community, then none of us are doing our jobs the way I think we should be doing them. I would love to weigh in on this too, but I will defer to President Ntuk and Bernie for the next board retreat. I appreciate the things that were said here tonight. It is critically important to get the board goals lined up. We have a new strategic plan that's starting next year. We are going into accreditation. Accreditation has some new requirements about short-term and long-term objectives that are really, really important. And for us to all be aligned and in sync about that is critically important. The other thing, the comments that you made, Vice President Chico, and some of the others you about focusing on the students, I think that we need to have more emphasis on student success and the initiatives we got, and have you as the governors essentially of this college holding us accountable about those things, because we are accountable for them. We have outcomes that we want to increase in a positive way for our students. And if you are all focused on that, then we're going to be better focused on it. And so will I as an interim president or somebody else. But I would love to have a chance to talk about this next time. But thank you very much for First of all, bringing this up, President Intuck, and everybody weighing in honestly about these things. I really appreciate it. And thank you to you, Bernie, also. You've got a nice way about you that lowers filters and barriers, and I think it helps us all.
Let me pick it up because just to do two things, and I'll turn it back to President Intuck. You know, in worlds we've all lived in, when we could actually have a retreat, there was a lot done at breakfast or lunch or when we took a break. That's partly what's missing. And so it's harder to communicate now in this way than it was before. This is just a different way, and we have to learn how to work with it. So it's important to recognize that. I want to take 30 seconds, because I'm going to give you a homework assignment, and ask Dario to put up the board goals. I'm not going to say anything about them, but if you'll just put them up again. I guess Dario's out there, still there. Yeah, there you are. Okay, you can all read. You all know what the current goals are. And so I'm not going to go down them because of time. You can take them down now, Dario, because they're on the website. So anybody who wants them, just go to Board Docs or call Jackie on the phone. She'll send you, call me on the phone or send me an email. I'll send you a copy. And take a look at them for the next board meeting, because, you know, the part of what came out in the study is paying attention to the goals, connecting the goals with the strategic plan, and then just working together as a team to help the students, which is what Trustee Chico said. So it's actually pretty simple metaphor. So I've had a good time tonight. I've said my piece. I feel a little better because I said this at the beginning. I mean, and I wasn't exaggerating. I'm going to take 30 seconds because Long Beach City College absolutely changed my life. My parents were born in the Ukraine. It used to be called Russia. I don't know what happened. They came here. You know, I was a 17-year-old kid, joined the Navy, wound up getting out of the Navy at Long Beach. In Long Beach, I was the separation yeoman at the naval station for 3 months before I got out. And I never left. I rented a trailer and went to Long Beach City College, and well, the rest of my life is history. So it's no joke. And I became partly a community college administrator because for payback, to pay it forward. I mean, I still feel that way. And I felt that way a long time ago when I could fit into my Navy suit. So that's just the true story. So let me turn it back to President Intuck for a benediction.
Thanks, Bernie. And just before we start signing off, Vice President Chico has her hand up. Was there something else that left over hand?
No, it isn't. And I'm so sorry. And if I can just have 30 seconds. And it's funny that Dr. Luskin says that, because I feel the same way as a former community college student. It was so important for me to represent with my experience and represent students because I know that that experience. But just a little bit of good news about focusing back on students. I put out my very first newsletter to my constituents, or just the very few, like 400 people that are signed up for my newsletter. Wasn't like a lot, but I highlighted some of our student activities and student programs. And from that first newsletter, the executive director of the Arts Council Long Beach, Griselda Suarez, contacted me and said, I need to get in contact with whoever's heading up arts because the performances were great and we have to figure something out. So just by getting that one thing out into the community, to my constituents, to my network of people, it's going to help improve our collaboration and our relationship with the community and the way the community sees us. So that's just one way that we can focus on students. And I just wanted to share that because I'm really proud of it. The more connections we can make in the community, I think the better we will be.
Great. Thank you so much. Just in closing out, kind of summarizing what we heard, communication, civility, streamlining meetings, fairness, limiting speakers and presentations, focusing on students, the process. I think, all those nuggets are things that we all agree on going forward, and I don't think anyone disagrees. So I think there is still hope for us. And I'm glad we're going to have a session to be able to dedicate it on the 21st solely for the time. The challenge was, I think originally Jenny and Bernie and I met in November. We want to do this in December, and then the swearing in was so late, and then we couldn't, it just didn't work until now. And just asked that when future polls go out, folks make themselves available, because there was a number of days that had 4 people available, but not 5. And that kind of led to trying to add this onto a day we're already going to be together. So, and we also talked with Bernie about, this doesn't have to be limited to 1 or 2 sessions. We can have a quarterly retreat or check-in or broader discussion on process improvement or organization or board improvement, however we want to do it. I mean, there's a lot of big things coming up this year. There's a lot of hope. We're hopeful the campus can reopen and everyone gets vaccines and we can return to giving each other high fives and hugs like we used to. So thank you, everybody. We're going to close it out.
President Intec, can I say something?
Sure.
Whether I'm here or not, when we get back in person, I will be the first to host a margarita party for all of us for the good work that you all do. And I commit to that. So.
All right. Can we put that in the minutes, Jackie?
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
The date.
Hold my feet to the fire. It'll happen.
Lots of witnesses, a lot of eyewitnesses tonight.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Luann. All right. And closing out here and reading the agenda. Where did it go? All right. So we're going to close out, and there is also the strategic plan and brochure and everything is on the board docs. So if you want a quick place to find all the documents that we talked about, is all there on the website.
And your board goals are on the same page as your bios, right at the top.
So after you read about yourself, go right to the board goals. We'll move into section 3, adjournment. I'll read a couple of things, and I know we want to adjourn in the memory of some folks tonight. But 3.1, the next regular board meeting, the Board of Trustees, will be held on January 27th, 2021. Closed session will be at 4:30. Open session will be at 5:30. But the actual next meeting will be a special board meeting. The second session of this board retreat will be held on Thursday, January 21st, 2021. So we have 2 meetings still to come this month. So we can test your hypothesis, Vice President Chico, of having more meetings in a month. We're going to have 3.
3.
And so that's coming up here in another week or so. We did have 2 requests for adjournment. Dr. Baxter, do you have the name?
Yes, I'd like to request that we adjourn the meeting in memory of Mary Thoits, longtime employee of Long Beach City College, and inspiration to people of all ages. She will be deeply missed. She was one of people I idolized for her vigor and her interest in always learning. And so in memory of Mary Thoits.
Wonderful. And I also would like to add on Jerry Rangel. There was a recent news article. He passed away the day after Christmas from COVID-19. He was 39, Long Beach City College graduate, counselor, educator in his doctoral program. Unfortunately, passed away just a few weeks ago. And there's a story about Jerry and his family in the Long Beach Post, and I think the last week, but for Jerry Rangel, and we can make sure we get the right spelling to you, Jackie. So thank you, everybody. We're going to adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of Mary and Jerry, and we will see everyone on the 21st. Thank you again, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody. Have a good week. Stay healthy and
Good
safe.
night.
You too. Take care, Vivian.
Yeah.
Thank
Get
you.
well.
Thank you.